break here. We've got an exciting day ahead of us. I'm excited. How many people are here for the first time? I know we got some more people here today. First timers? Great. Welcome and thank you very, very much. This is great. The numbers are growing. The success is growing. We got a long ways to go yet, but we're on the right track. And conference is called Everything is Connected, so we are all connected. So I want to welcome everybody again. I want to welcome our guest speakers. I want to welcome people who are listening all over. And to start the proper introduction, I'd like Mr. Mark Reynolds to do that. Yanick?
Part of the Reading Conference, the world leader in conference. This started the election down here. People will get on and move on. We'll continue to move forward. But we're privileged to be working all of you in this extraordinary time of raising each of you. So, I think as we talk about the second law of thermodynamics.
You know, I used to work in the area of
becoming staying there becomes, it's like when you have a cup of black coffee in the morning and you put a piece of or a little bit of milk or cream in there, and it's not black, it's not, the cream isn't white. They kind of tend towards each other. Let me just say also how happy I am. There's just for the sun, this can't come there up on the bottom. Anyway, I want to get to the cultural piece just a little bit. And I want to get to it by talking about the impact we have on some people from the international conference last June. So we're going to talk about, first of all, some of the young people, how the culture of CCL impacted them, and then a couple of members of Congress also.
Let me start with a question that a 16-year-old high school student said at the same conference. She said, never have I found an organization that gave me such confidence that I could change the world. As I learned more about CCL during the conference, I was very impressed by its philosophy and structure. Its emphasis on organization, punctuality, and delegating tasks made it far more efficient than any organization of the department. She went on to say, but what made CCL stand out more than anything was its culture of inclusivity and respect. The lobbying meetings were so uplifting. For the first time in my life, I watched and participated in a civil, friendly discussion between Republicans and Democrats who stood for shared values and strive for collaboration. Before this debate, I knew in Congress that they influenced that I was so inspired by these positive interactions between our lobbyist efforts that I'm now considering running for office someday. She concluded, beyond the lobbying meetings, I felt this culture of inclusivity extended in person. Because I'm so young, I'm sometimes not felt taken seriously. But at the conference, I was treated with my age and unique point of view was actually an asset to the organization. Now here's what her 21-year-old brother who's a college student said. I found myself shocked at how inclusive this job has become. However, what inspired me most was feeling it towards the transition. One of them fighting against something, fighting for something. The CCL law, finding common ground, common values with parties fight. More and more, I see the importance of fighting for the creation of the will, for the inclusion of more voices in matter, and ultimately for a living world. And in terms of the young people who did the conference on the initially 14-year-olds from all in school. I know that there are people who go to such power. I always thought that people who have big goals for government were the only people who could bring that change. But this is crazy talk that anyone can change the world. Anyone can change the world in that department. Come away from this experience, I realized that I might have just helped change the world for the better. And that gives me hope that I can continue to do that in the future. Okay, so I love the impact of this house. So we're going to talk about the conference. And then I'm going to go to the Tuesday night session, where two members of the conference actually spoke. Two people who are in the Climate Solution Conference. First of all, we had Goldie on Robertson. She said, I'm the first of this global climate change event. I have no idea these events will come. Next time I have three decades to work for us tomorrow. They have amazing communication to our plans and the damage that we're doing to it and how we save it for our kids and grandkids. This is one of the Republican members of the Climate Solution Office. And then I'm going to go to the chair, the co-chair of the Climate Solution Office, Ettling, who said, it is through your hard work that we've been able to bring members together from both sides of the aisle. We've been able to change the conversation from burden to opportunity and from fear to hope and from obstruction to action. Our work so far and our plans to make climate solutions priority Congress are all intended. And I feel really good about what I'm about to say, given what I've seen so far. Our success is totally dependent upon your energy, your passion, and your commitment. It is only through your continued effort that this office and our nation can meet the many challenges in climate change and success. I look forward to joining you then. I look forward to expanding this movement. I look forward to showing that the U.S. Congress does not grow in repair. I was very solutions in the law and policy of the right to sustainable future for us, for our future, and for the planet. So there's a lot of things we're going to work on at this conference. We're going to expand our knowledge base. We're going to work on our focusing our place of life attention, getting transparent pricing on carbon. So remember, part of this, really the most important thing we work on every day is having CCL, really change the CCL that it's like everything else we work on something we putting interest in the dip or not, and it's falling out of business and we start to pay impact. So again, thank you. Congratulations on being both with your carbon pricing and for seeing also. Thank you so much.
What do you say? Your energy, your passion, your commitment, and we're the world leaders in putting a fee on carbon. Give yourselves a hand. This is great. A number of years ago, when I was sitting, and the four of us were sitting around, we were chatting about things. One of the words that came up is that we do world-changing work. We may not look at it that way because we're working in our own small communities, in our provinces, in our country. But everything we do locally impacts us provincially, nationally, and obviously internationally at this point in time. So we need to continue being the world leaders that we are. And please continue the work, and please drag other people kicking and screaming to Citizens Climate Lobby and continue the work. We were going to do something a little different this morning, and it didn't occur, so we're going to do this instead. We're going to stand up, and we're going to do the pledge one more time, if you don't mind. Okay? If you go into your conference book, and you'll see the conference lobby overview. The page before that, at the bottom, there's the Canadian CCL pledge for 2019. Okay. And I should put my glasses on so I can read it, because it looks like a bunch of chicken scratch. Ah, there are words there. Okay. So together and with gusto, I acknowledge that there's a risk of losing the political resolve on the gains we have made to secure a healthy climate in the lead up to the next federal election in 2019. Thus, I am making the following pledge. I want to live in a democracy where all politicians of all political stripes can get elected for pro-environmental policies, not in spite of them. Thus, in my writing, I pledge to generate the political will for a livable world. Specifically, I pledge to do my best to keep the discussions around climate change and carbon pricing factual, respectful, and nonpartisan in my local media, while doing community outreach and communicating with all local leaders. All politics is local, after all. Thank you. At this time, I'd like to invite Lynn Murray and Elisa Taburio from Nelson, BC to come to the stage.
Go. All right. Yeah, I'm Lynn, and I'm from Nelson in British Columbia.
I'm Alyssa, and I'm also from Nelson, British Columbia. We're super excited to be here, and very thankful, because it was actually some of you guys and lots of members of our community who all helped us with our crowdfunding to get here. So that's like, thank you so much. It's really great.
Yeah, it was very encouraging to get that from our community as well as the broader CCL community. So thank you again for donating to our campaign to fly us here.
Yeah.
All right.
I have a question for you.
Yeah.
So how long has the environmental movement been part of your life?
The environmental movement has been part of my life, most of it. It was part of my upbringing, but in starting around high school, I got more heavily involved in the movement.
It's probably the same, yeah. Kind of around high school. We saw the inconvenient truth in school, so
yeah,
it was kind of like, uh-oh. Yeah.
Yeah, youth in our community generally are also very concerned about climate change. It's kind of a big deal in our school and in the surrounding schools. So we are very hello. Yeah. So yeah, youth in our community are very concerned about climate change. And so we were really encouraged by all the support to get us here, because we really felt it important to represent the people at our school who are very concerned about climate change and cannot seem to get to that high a level to be able to feel like they can affect stuff. So yeah, thank you.
No, I think that was it.
Yeah.
Thank you very, very much for being here. And enjoy it. So you're actually going to be lobbying with us on Monday, are you? Good stuff. This is great. Great. We need more youth. Lots more youth. And then some. Our next speaker is Councillor David Chernushenko, to whom I think we owe the fact that we are here in this room. So thank you very much. David was first elected City Councillor of Ward 17, Capital, in 2010 and re-elected in 2014. Besides serving the residents of this community, he chairs the City of Ottawa's Environment and Climate Protection Committee and serves on the Transportation Committee, the Finance and Economic Development Committees, and the Board of Health and the Ottawa Community Lands Development Corporation. So when do you ever sleep, sir? He served for 3 years on the National Roundtable on the Environment and the Economy, and for 6 years on the International Olympic Committee Sports and Environment Commission. He has written 3 books on sustainable management practices and is co-founder of Clean Air Champions, a national charity that involves athletes in tackling air pollution while promoting active living. Clean Air Champions won the 2013 International Olympic Committee Sport and Environment Award for outstanding initiatives in the field of environment and sustainable sport. An active and dedicated community volunteer he is. He's served as director on the Sustainable Ottawa Energy Cooperative and has a community ambassador and as community ambassador for the Ottawa Sustainability Fund. He is a founding board member of Conservation Cooperative Housing Inc. in Sandy Hill and a founding supporter of the 1,000 Solar Rooftops campaign. Ottawa's Social Planning Council honored him with the Marion Dewar Defender of the Public Good Award in 2010. He has directed and produced 3 documentary films: Be the Change in 2008, Powerful, Energy for Everyone 2010, and Bike City, Great City 2013. David, a married father of 3, lives in Old Ottawa South. He is an avid cyclist, cross-country skier, hockey player, and speed skater. He enjoys photography, live theater, and singing. David is also the host of our 2016 National Conference and was also previously the host of our 2014 National Conference. David, welcome to the stage.
All right.
As long as you can see yourself.
Want me to stay here?
Yeah,
Okay.
If not, I'll move the microphone for you.
Apparently, I'm not supposed to move, or I won't be webcast the way I'm supposed to be. So if I'm looking a little stiff, you'll know why. But I'll have to occasionally, for anyone watching online, when I do this, it's to go get my water. Thank you. Honest, there's a much shorter version of my CV. I think I wrote that one to apply for a job or something. There's a much shorter version, but it never seems to make it. Whenever I send it as my intro for a speech, the sort of the 3-line one always seems to get lost, and you end up with the full CV. I'm really pleased to join you. I'm pleased to have the opportunity to be able to make this facility available to you because, of course, I didn't do it with my own money, and I didn't do it all by myself by virtue of being a city councillor. I do have access to occasional use of this facility, and it's a pleasure to be able to make it available to a group that is really trying to make a difference in a positive way. I'm just briefly reminded on Friday afternoon, I said, I am so tired after early mornings and long nights, I'm going to go home early, meaning like 3 o'clock on a Friday afternoon. And someone said, I hope you're getting a long weekend. And I said, yeah, until Sunday at 9:30 when I'm back here. But again, like you, you're all giving up your time. You're all giving your time, perhaps is a more accurate way of putting it, to something that you believe is what you, if I'm not speaking for you, I guess I am, but I'm probably right when I say to something you feel you have to do and you want to do and you really believe in. So welcome to City Hall. Bienvenue à l'Hôtel de Ville pour tous les francophones. Vous êtes bienvenus ici. Je vais donner tout mon discours en anglais, mais merci beaucoup. So welcome to Ottawa City Hall, a place where lots is happening on climate protection, but a whole lot more is needed, and quickly. Title of my talk, because we always have to give titles to our talks, even if no one pays any attention: Municipal Leadership on Climate Protection, Why and How. I want to take a moment, I've already done so a bit, to recognize you all in the room, because I know from having been involved in these same issues, I want to thank you for your courage, because what you're doing is almost utterly unthanked, except when you're in a room like this where we all thank each other. But so much of what we're doing goes unthanked. It's frequently personally harmful. How often have you been invited to a party to lobby your friends on the urgency of climate change? And yet it's exactly what everyone should be doing. The courage to say what is true, what must be faced, acknowledged, and acted upon if we are to have any chance of preserving a planet Earth that is sufficiently healthy in its natural systems to support Homo sapiens and the other species that make up our one and only web of life. Now that's the truth, and that's why we don't get invited to as many parties as those people who make stuff up or simply ignore what has to be told. Is that too bold or too strong? I don't think so. I think it's just barely strong enough, and I thank you for doing what you do. So, question, how can you spot a qualified politician? I wish this were a joke with the punchline, but it's not. How can you spot a politician who is qualified to lead on anything? The answer, they've publicly acknowledged that climate change is a serious problem, that action is needed, and that it is needed now. Why do I see, right? Why do I see climate leadership as a fundamental test of leadership? Because anything less means that this person who has put themselves forward, claiming to be a leader, running for office to be a leader, is A, does not have a basic understanding of science, or B, does not take the time to do elementary research on major public policy issues, or C, relies on others for their research and has chosen people who either do no research or have allowed political bias to infect the advice that they give, or D, all of the above. It is as simple as that. So how does my city council fare against this kind of a litmus test of leadership? I'll actually let you be the answer once I describe where we're at and what we're doing, and then you can give your verdict. It's not for me to declare people, myself or people I work closely with, as leaders or not. On public acknowledgement, Ottawa was one of the earliest Canadian cities to acknowledge climate change as a serious problem. We were one of the first cities to join the Federation of Canadian Municipalities Partners for Climate Protection program in 1997. And notice climate protection, I'll get back to that, Partners for Climate Protection. And Ottawa achieved the highest level, milestone 5, quite a number of years ago, which included publishing a detailed action plan. We updated that plan, our Air Quality and Climate Change Management Plan, in 2014. But the truth be told, the targeted reductions were modest, the approved actions were limited, and the allocated budget woefully inadequate. Ottawa's 2014 plan left a long way to go. But I'll get back to that as well. Leadership. Let's talk about the mayor's position. Mayor Jim Watson, he gets it. It's not his personal strength and has never been among his lead items in his platform, but he has consistently backed major projects that will lead to greenhouse gas reductions, most notably through public transit and active transportation, particularly cycling. He meets with a caucus, an informal group of NGOs and business people on climate change and renewable energy, who emphasize the urgency to him and members of that group regularly. The message that they have been giving him and us is leadership always needs to start at the top and come from the top. It sets the mood. It sets a clear sense of priorities. A consistent and constant message underlining the importance of action on climate change is part of that definition of a leader, in my opinion, humble or not. On recent action, at the time of the Paris Conference of Parties a year ago, I worked closely with the mayor's office and several of my colleagues to bring to council a motion that would substantially raise Ottawa's level of ambition. I already noted the just barely enough ambition, or not even, in the 2014 plan. That motion passed through Environment Committee in February of last year by a 7-to-1 vote. But in an effort to smooth its passage at full council, where I needed 24 votes to get it passed, I wrote an op-ed, an opinion piece in the Ottawa Citizen, underlining the importance of the elements of this motion. And let me quote from that. There are two kinds of politicians, or at least two ways of doing politics. The first favors bold targets and ambitious objectives intended to inspire citizens to dream big. The second favors small, achievable steps in a measurable work plan whose objectives can be checked off as they're met. It's tempting to treat these approaches as mutually exclusive, but that would be a serious mistake. That they can and must be made to work together is reflected in my motion. Was reflected in my motion. Let me underline, again, quoting from this, what was in that motion. The bold target, in this case, for the city being put forward is to continue working with stakeholders and community partners to reduce greenhouse gases to 80% below 2012 levels by 2050. This not only accepts the international goal of limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius, but also better aligns Ottawa's targets with the recently adopted provincial targets and, at that time, very recently adopted federal targets. Some specific steps in that motion to get us there were for Ottawa to join the Compact of Mayors, a global initiative for local climate action coordinated by the world's leading city networks. Secondly, for the chair of the Environment Committee, me, the interdepartmental working group established to join the interdepartmental working group established as part of our air quality and climate change management plan to prepare an implementation plan, a detailed plan that would reach that target. And for city staff to assess the feasibility of developing and implementing minimum energy performance standards for new residential and commercial buildings, and above all, for retrofitting existing buildings. That motion passed 22-2 in what I consider a watershed moment for City Council. It's kind of like that moment at which City Hall stopped debating whether we needed bike lanes, whether encouraging cycling should or shouldn't be done, and began debating actively where they should go and how much we should spend on it and what was the best design. I see that as what made this vote a watershed moment. On June 22nd, the Compact of Mayors and the Covenant of Mayors, two separate initiatives, announced the new Global Covenant of Mayors for Climate and Energy, a newly merged initiative to bring these two efforts together, and Ottawa is now part of that. I spoke briefly about the word climate protection. That was also part of this motion, and something which could be seen as purely symbolic, but it was something that I described as absolutely symbolic, but more than that. Why adopt the term climate protection in the name of the committee I chair, until then the Environment Committee? For symbolic reasons, as a constant reminder of the dual nature of the climate change challenge. First, to elevate the importance of tackling climate change by including climate, including that word at all, in the name of a standing committee, just as our provincial and federal counterparts had recently done. But to consciously highlight the dual nature of the climate challenge through the term climate protection, to protect the climate from human impacts, but also fundamentally, as has become so obvious in these past few years, to protect us from a rapidly changing climate with very unpredictable and often devastating consequences. So what's to come? An energy evolution here in Ottawa in the form of a renewable energy transition strategy. We adopted in July 2015, a year into the new term, as a term of council priority, the creation of a renewable energy transition strategy. The vision, once our working group came together and developed, that was passed by council, and the work began, involving as many stakeholders as were interested into the room. This was not to be a top-down initiative where Ottawa was meant as the City of Ottawa and its big glorious buildings and City Hall, but all of the City of Ottawa. The vision we defined was to be, quote, a thriving city powered by clean, renewable energy. We didn't give a date and we didn't give a number, and that's the politics, and I'll get to that. Achieving this vision, I'm quoting again in the formal statement that's part of this, achieving this vision will require residents, businesses, organizations, and governments to make a sustained transition away from our dependence on fossil fuels by reducing energy use through conservation and efficiency, increasing the supply of renewable energy through local and regional production, and prioritizing the procurement of clean, renewable energy. So where are we at today in that work? Dozens of stakeholders have been engaged in the plan's development to date. either through working groups or as a member of our broader sounding board. Our stakeholders include the federal government, universities and colleges, school boards, Enbridge, Hydro Ottawa, the IESO here in Ontario, builders and developers, and people from all walks of life who are very knowledgeable about energy issues. Let me quote from the mayor's budget speech just earlier this month in terms of where we're at and his own stepping up and acknowledging this now in public. The City of Ottawa has targets to reduce electricity consumption by 6% and natural gas by 15% by 2020. Towards that end, the City of Ottawa supports Energy Evolution, a community-led plan to transform Ottawa into a thriving city powered by clean energy. Energy Evolution includes more than 80 community partners, such as many that I already mentioned, City of Ottawa, Hydro Ottawa, Enbridge, the Ottawa Centre Eco District, Ecology Ottawa, the Museum of Science and Technology, and very importantly, the Ottawa Chamber of Commerce. Energy Evolution is a term of council priority aimed at increasing energy conservation, energy efficiency, and supporting renewable energy, including solar and wind generation. And this year's budget included some initial, even though that plan is not yet completed and passed, we have put into this year's budget, about to be voted on, some initial funding for some starting elements of that. Examples of specific projects could include, but not be limited to, a heat recovery plan for here at City Hall that would draw excess heat from our data center. Many of you probably know among the biggest drawers of energy and sources of heat now are actually our server farms, the data centers that are running our internet and our internal data systems. So heat transfers between our data center, the outdoor rink, the Rink of Dreams, and redirecting that heat back into the building here. Piloting a community financing program for complete energy retrofits of Ottawa community housings, multi-unit residential buildings. Those are some examples of what we plan to do. Again, finishing off his quote, these are just a few examples of partnership opportunities that could be enabled through the Energy Evolution Strategy. Potential projects will be confirmed in a progress report to Environment Committee in early 2017. And I'm pleased to say that an hour later, the name of the Environment Committee, to which this is to report, was changed to the Environment and Climate Protection Committee. So funnily enough, as symbolic as that is, just in the weeks since that happened, on numerous occasions I'm introduced in an interview, speaking, and now the chair of the Environment Committee. And I step up and say, the Environment and Climate Protection Committee. And that's not to be pedantic and annoying, though it might be sometimes, but it gives me that opportunity to give people a, oh, moment. When did that happen? What does that mean? So symbolism can be very useful. Let me pause for a second before I close up by listing a number of the projects that I expect to be in this Energy Evolution plan and ones that I believe are priorities, and talk briefly about the politics. I ran on a platform for my ward, my own campaign platform of pushing Ottawa to adopt the 100% renewable by 2050 goal. There's a movement of renewable cities that are all coalescing around that goal, 100% renewable by 2050. It became very clear shortly after being reelected that that was going to be a tough, probably impossible sell. And that's where we get into the politics that you are involved in your lobbying. To recognize that I can hold fast to the perfect that I believe needs to be done and that what I'd like to get done, and I can lose the vote, or I can move the city closer to where I want to get as a step and then keep pushing at every opportunity I can, but to get a win and move forward from there. And I know that's something I've struggled with in my life on many things that I know needed to happen, and they need to happen now. In fact, they needed to happen yesterday. But getting more frustrated and emphatic about how they needed to happen yesterday won't get them adopted faster. It's that fine line, and I can't tell you where that line is. It's something we'll have to judge, but it's something in the politics here. The moment I was able to give on the 100% by 2050 and adopt as a term of council priority, Ottawa pursuing a renewable energy strategy, which could in the end recommend 100% by 2050. But that wasn't a quid pro quo. That wasn't a starting point, a must-have to get that passed. I got it passed, and I got all but 2 councillors on side in that vote. That then allowed the majority of council to say, it's mine. I adopted it. I want it to happen. See the vote. I was one of those 22. And that, I think, is important. So the work of completing this plan, of getting more and more outside stakeholders to feel it's theirs and not just the city of Ottawa is being imposed on them, is critical. And the actual elements of it remain to be defined. But let me go through, in brief, what some of them are and will be. Ottawa has made a major commitment to a light rail system. It's well underway. If you've encountered traffic congestion or gridlock, you'll know it's well underway, with the occasional modest sinkhole, which gets fixed. But we need to go further and go faster, and we are. In fact, this council, from the moment of adopting that very first phase, has moved on to defining a second phase, has got the provincial and federal government to commit to funding it, and that is going to be a crucial backbone around which the entire transportation system of this city will be evolving quite significantly in the coming years. Complete streets implementation. The concept of complete streets. Raise your hand if you've never heard that term. Okay, so I will define complete streets. Pretty much every street that we've grown up with in North America is an incomplete street. It's about the car. It's about vehicles, internal combustion engine vehicles moving faster as the top and almost only priority. A complete street gives equal priority to all users of the street. And that includes equal priority to people who just want to hang out on the sidewalk or maybe put a cafe table on the side table with even a remote chance that someone might want to sit there and not breathe smog and shout at each other over the noise of the traffic. Complete streets is a concept that's being adopted in more and more cities in North America, that we need to build all new streets as complete streets, and when we get the opportunity to make our existing streets more complete streets. If you would like to see one, 3 days before it opens officially, go to Main Street, middle of my ward, my biggest fight, and if I never get reelected, I can say that will be my biggest success in office. Main Street was 4 lanes of high-speed traffic, where until the 70s it was 2 streets with the real commercial district and a real community around it. It had become divided by a high-speed corridor. Main Street has been rebuilt as a 2-lane road with full cycle tracks, raised, with much wider sidewalks, with park benches, with art, and now we see commercial interest overwhelming. If your home was worth $300,000 3 years ago, it will be worth $500,000 next year, but you won't want to sell because it'll be the best street in the city to live on. That's an example. If you get a chance, it's not far. If you get a chance to go check out Main Street, if you're from Ottawa, you know it already, or may chance to go out there in the next week or so. So adopting complete streets as a policy officially and applying that, it's not always consistently applied. It's often a struggle, but that I think is absolutely critical to getting people out of the car as their main transportation choice for almost all of their trips, that there is a choice now. I'm probably getting low on time, so I will, how am I doing? Am I 5 minutes? Okay, I still better run through it. So, complete streets implementation, yes, great, further, faster, and more consistently. Our cycling and pedestrian plan implementation, great plans, do it all, do it faster. Home energy retrofits. Existing buildings are the key. We all want to talk about building passive houses and net zero and energy positive buildings. That's great. Build all new buildings to be one or all of those things. But in 2050, 80% of the buildings that will be in our city have already been built today. So those are the ones that we really have to work on. they need to be retrofitted to the highest possible standard. And that's where a lot of energy and time and money needs to go. Commercial and multi-residential building energy retrofits is equally a big challenge, especially city housing, low-income housing in particular, but that's where the city has an opportunity, actually has the control to mandate retrofit of those buildings. A cool roofs policy. I will be pushing for something that I call cool roofs. You've heard of green roofs, you've heard of solar roofs, you've heard of reflective roofs. I like the term cool roofs. Any roof, any new roof, a roof on a new building or a rebuilt building should be one of those things, thereby defined as a cool roof. That's a policy change that I'll be pushing for, and I hope can get passed. I think it's essential. We should be looking to remove any planning, regulatory, or permitting barriers to ultra-high efficiency buildings and neighborhoods. So often we have rules that make it not possible to do the exact things that we know we want to do, and we have to work at whether it's width of our streets or treatment of water so that we can infiltrate more water into the ground. What's this got to do with climate change? Do you notice the cars floating down the street after a big rainstorm in about 100 cities in the world on like the nightly news about every 5th day? That's why you want water to infiltrate into the ground, not run down paved surfaces. Our current planning actually makes it very difficult to protect or insist on infiltration and surfaces that allow for it as opposed to paved surfaces. District energy expansion. Ottawa actually has a very large district energy system at Parliament Hill that heats through steam a number of those buildings. We need to expand that and bring more buildings into it, and wherever possible adopt or create district energy systems that are combined heat and power, where we may actually be generating electricity while also doing the heating. I know when the host stands up subtly that that's my cue. Thanks for the cue. So in concluding, I can go on more and more of those on that list of things we must do, but in closing, this is a community challenge and must have a community response. The city can and will take lead in some areas, but for it to feel like and to be everyone's energy evolution, we must all in our own way take the lead. You can only ask, I talked about the definition of leadership and politicians, but you can only ask your politicians to go just so far out on the limb. At a very short point out on the limb, you are unelectable. You are unre-electable. What you're trying to do gets defeated. You can only expect a politician to go so far out on the limb. As you know, bravery only takes you so far. You need strong allies. So please stay strong. Thank you.
I will echo Dave Reynolds' words. Thank you for your energy, your passion, and your commitment. Just because you're a politician doesn't make you a leader, David. However, you, sir, are a leader who happens to be a politician. We need a hell of a lot more of you. So as you know, CCL, we're not protesters, we're advocates. And that's very important to us as well. We're also your grassroots people, and our roots run deep. So if you need help, we're here for you. So thank you very much. Isn't it great to see so many great things happening in such a great city? I love it. We need to do that even in our own homes. Like we're having problems in Sudbury getting bike paths, for God's sakes. And we've been fighting and fighting and fighting. And we have a cyclist union now that's advocating for that. And I feel we're about 25 years behind the times when it comes to Ottawa, so it just bothers me. Our next speaker is Yanick Touchette. Yanick's research focuses on fossil fuel subsidy reform in Canada, climate change and energy policy, international climate change talks under the United Nations, climate finance and capacity building, and carbon pricing mechanisms. Yanick's recent projects include participating in the development of Morocco's INDC and the 2 guidebooks of UNFCCC negotiations for French-speaking negotiators for COP21 in Paris and COP22 at Marrakesh, published by the Organisation Internationale de la Francophonie. Yanick also provided strategic advice for Green Climate Fund accreditation to a regional development bank and a national development bank. These are confidential clients, that's why the name's not there. Good stuff. This effort included full support, including analysis of gaps in policies and procedures to meet the GCF requirements and the strategy to fill those gaps. Until the submission of a completed application to the GCF, Yanick is fluent in English and French. Yanick, bienvenue.
It's supposed to be there already. So you want me to screen share? Yeah, screen share. Go to the slides. You get a screen share first. Hi, everyone. So thank you for inviting me here today, and thank you for attending. It's no small task to present after Mr. Councillor. I think he's doing impressive work at municipal level. So I'm here today to give you an introductory presentation on fossil fuel subsidies. That's one of the main issues that we are interested in at the Canadian level at the International Institute for Sustainable Development. As you will see as I go later down during the presentation, we're focusing on this issue in part because while the Canadian government just introduced a new carbon price legislation in October, on the other hand, we're still providing handouts to producers and consumers ourselves of fossil fuel subsidies. So these two policies are acting against each other. To begin with, I will go over a very short review of definitions of fossil fuel subsidies. I don't want to get into the nitty-gritty. I just want to give you the tools to know where to look and see why sometimes it's difficult to put a pen on the issue, because there are so many different definitions that sometimes people are not talking necessarily about the same thing. So even among ourselves, it's better to be able to know what we're talking about when we go and talk to MPs about the issue. After that, we'll go over very briefly again the different ways of estimating fossil fuel subsidies. These two are at the international level, and then we'll go down to the Canadian level, specifically from the merit letters. Two of them includes removing or reforming fossil fuel subsidies. And then I'll go over, I'll give you the tools again to know where to look and how to understand producers' fossil fuel subsidies. Same thing for consumers. Consumers only are only present at the subnational level in Canada, provinces and territories. And briefly, finally, why is it important? Because through modeling, I won't go into the modeling, but I'll just go into how we were able to determine the impact of removing those fossil fuel subsidies. In some places, they could go a very long way in reducing GHG emissions, greenhouse gases emissions. In Canada, it could go a short way, but it's still important. And then how to reform. So definitions, this is our go-to definition, our commentary definition. It's very simple. And briefly, a subsidy, or you can define it as a subsidy, you can define it as a preferential treatment, but basically it's just something that gives businesses, the government or industries or even consumers means of either producing or consuming more fossil fuels and at a deflated price, at a lower price than that it should normally cost. That definition is oftentimes based on the World Trade Organization work. Here you have on the slides the definitions. I won't read them out loud. I just want to give you an idea of what they are. WTO is the broader definition that we use. I'll tell you later on, however, why sometimes it might not be the best definition to use when you're interacting with a member of parliament or any government official, because it can bring problems to them in terms of not here at the provincial or federal level, but when they interact with their international counterpart. The OECD definition is interesting as well. This is how we build our own inventories. The IMF, International Monetary Fund, uses definition as well. You might have heard of that one in the media because it's the one. I wouldn't say it's the most current one, but it's the most striking one because it encompasses so many variables that this is the one that will give you numbers like $5.5 trillion a year of handouts to fossil fuel producers and consumers. This one gives you a big handout because it's interesting, but it's also risky at the same time. It's interesting because what the International Monetary Fund does, it uses information and data from other organizations like the OECD, Organization for Economic, OECD, Economic Cooperation and Development, or even from other organizations like the International Energy Organization. But then what it does is it also tries to estimate how much of those, how much the fact that we're giving handouts or giving preferential treatment to producers and consumers of fossil fuels, how this money inflates our consumption, so inflates our greenhouse gases emissions, and how does that impact on the fiscal systems of states. So for instance, if you don't collect up to $8 billion of taxes from fossil fuel producers or consumers, this has an impact on your general revenue as a government. But also, if it means that you emit more GHGs, well, it will have an impact on your environment, and an impact on the environment in terms of climate change, but also on your welfare, because more emissions mean more air pollution, means more people that are sick, means a higher pressure on your health system, for instance. So these are all intricate variables. These give you different inventories, different ways of estimating fossil fuel subsidies. The IEA, International Energy Agency, is one of the most frequent. This is the most recent estimates. You can see here, and what's interesting and risky sometimes is depending on the ways you're trying to do those estimates, you'll see here that they fluctuate a lot. But the reasons why it fluctuates that much, in part, is because the IEA compares prices, and oftentimes what happens is that you'll see a subsidy in a developing country because in the developing country, their prices at the pump will be lower than in a developed country. So they will consider that as a subsidy, but they won't capture the subsidy in the developed country because they use the price as the benchmark. And when prices go up, it looks like you have more subsidies. When prices go down, it's the opposite. So this is why you see a lot of fluctuation here. IMF, as I was saying, you see here the line is what would they consider the actual subsidy, how much money is being given directly to producers or how much prices are lower. And then all of the rest is what they call the post-tax subsidy, what I was telling you, that this is the fiscal impact, the environmental impact, and the health impact. And then here, this is just a screenshot of how the OECD does collect the data. This is very interesting because their database is live. It's updated. Oftentimes we are we're participating as an organization in that process with them for Canada and for other countries. And this is a table from, you also have non-governmental organizations that collect that data, excuse me, that try to do that exercise every other year. This one was produced in 2015. We also took part in producing the data with them. And you see here that when you look only at G20 countries, so countries like Canada, China, the US, the European Union, Russia, Brazil, you can see that those countries, just in terms of, this is also money to give. It doesn't look at the price benchmark. It only looks at how much they give in either reduced taxes or in budgetary transfer. It reaches about $70 billion a year only in G20 countries. Why focusing on fossil fuel subsidies has been done for now almost 10 years as an issue, both on the political side and the economic side of fighting climate change. But why is it more important now in Canada than it used to be? It was an issue in the past as well. But what the shift here is that since last year, since the new government came in office, removing fossil fuel subsidies is part of the mandate letters of two ministries. It's part of the mandate letters for the Minister of Finance, and then part of the mandate letter for the Minister of the Environment and Climate Change. I have here the excerpts, and what you see, for instance, from the mandate letters of the Minister of Environment and Climate Change, part of the mandate is to work with the finance counterpart to identify and remove those fossil fuel subsidies. And what's interesting too, I haven't put them here, but since around 2007, a great number of countries have committed to remove fossil fuel subsidies. There's always a tricky part here because usually they'll issue a communique in which they mention that they want to remove inefficient fossil fuel subsidies. What we've been trying to do when we interact with, especially with the Canadian government, because this is our main counterpart on that issue, is to try and define what's an inefficient, well, not actually what's an inefficient fossil fuel subsidy, but what is an efficient fossil fuel subsidies. Once you've defined what can be an efficient one, what would be the reasons why one would be efficient, then you can focus on all the others and try to come up with a plan on how to remove them, either by phasing them out or by removing them right away. The organizations that committed to removing fossil fuel subsidies are important organizations. So you have, from since 2007, you have the APEC, so the Asia Pacific Economic Cooperation Forum, the OECD, and the G20. So organizations with a lot of clout, big producer countries, countries that are the largest emitters and the largest economies internationally. In the new context, there's a carbon price legislation that was introduced on October 3rd, if I remember correctly, the date. By that new legislation, by 2018, all of the Canadian provinces or territories will have to implement a carbon price within their own jurisdiction. That price will be $10 a ton, ratcheted up to $50 a ton by 2022. All the revenues will stay within those jurisdictions, and they can do what they want with it, either make the policy revenue neutral, as it is in British Columbia right now, for instance, where all of the money needs to be either reinvested in the economy or given back in terms of cash transfers to families. both the main mechanisms usually here are carbon tax, like you have in BC, or a cap and trade system like you will have in Ontario from 2018, no, 2017, so next year, 1st of January, and like Quebec has had now for a few years. In that context, the way to address fossil fuel subsidies, excuse me, is in that context. I've put an excerpt of one of our most recent commentary, our Unpacking Fossil Fuel Subsidies in Canada commentary. And what we put emphasis on is it's like raising taxes on cigarettes to discourage smoking while also giving tobacco companies a tax break so that they can make more cigarettes. Because this is what we're doing. And it's even more interesting when you look at the letter that came out a couple of days ago, where 60 big companies in Canada, big businesses in Canada are saying to the Canadian government, stay on track, put a price on carbon. We want that signal to be clear. And when you look at the list, you have companies like Enbridge and Cenovus who are receiving handouts in terms of fossil fuel subsidies, but they are saying now, we want that price on carbon. So you have their support, which means that the next step is to find a way to remove the fiscal support to production in the future. Now, I've talked about consumer and producer subsidies. What I mean here is so you have ways of giving fiscal breaks, tax breaks, reduced rate to producer, for instance. Producers, so anybody who does exploration for new fossil fuel reserves. Usually now in Canada, we're talking about oil and gas. Coal is not as popular as it used to be. And then any companies who, after the exploration phase has been done, goes into the extraction and refining phase. Consumer subsidies, it's any consumers, either an individual, either people like us who needs gas for cars, or a firm, a manufacturing firm who needs to buy oil and gas for its operations, or like the aviation industry, for instance, or any farmer or any softwood industry who would need important amount of oil and gas. They can, depending on the province, to receive lower rates on their fuel tax, for instance. In Canada, at the Canadian level, we only find producer subsidies. There are no consumer subsidies at the Canadian level, since the type of taxes or the type of programs that tend to give consumer subsidies will be of the subnational jurisdictions, either territories or provinces. But provinces will also have producer subsidies. So producer subsidy, Canada, only producer subsidies, provinces, both. Here's our most recent estimates. At the Canadian level, we're talking about $3.3 billion. When you only look at the federal government, $1.6 billion. And then for the rest, it's distributed across provinces. Alberta being the main producers, excuse me, being the main producing province, this is where you will find the greatest measure among provinces. I don't have the full list, but these are the 5 main producer subsidies that you find in Canada. The Canadian Development Expense is, so Canadian Development Expense, Canadian Exploration Expense, these are fiscal mechanism where producers will receive, so for instance, the Canadian Exploration Expense, all of your exploration expense can be written off. You don't pay taxes on them. Canadian Development Expense, it's a reduced rate of taxes that you pay on them. The Canadian Exploration Expense, the Liberal Party, it was included in the Liberal Party, and also actually in the New Democrats Party platforms. So technically, the Canadian exploration expense should be easier and faster to remove, since it's been identified previously by the current government as a measure that should be removed. However, they're still not sure whether it'll be removed completely, or it will depend on whether if you have successful exploration, then you shouldn't have the credit. If you have unsuccessful exploration, you should still have the credit. I imagine both opinions are valid, but I think all of the credit should be removed. So yeah, these are the main measures. I can take questions if there are any at the end of the presentation on how those programs work specifically, but I don't want to go into that too deeply right away. Also, I've put some graphics in the presentation because these are all on our unpacking fossil fuel subsidies in Canada commentary. Actually, some of them are there, others were shared on Twitter, and they're all public. So if you want to keep sharing them, I think they're interesting because they're really simple to use and share, and they identify some of the most important mechanisms right now, either at the Canadian level or the provincial level. These are the one I'm talking about. And one of the other reasons why it's important to focus on fossil fuel subsidies, it's not only, yes, there's all of the argument about it's like giving handouts to tobacco companies while we're taxing cigarettes, but there's also the issue of these are revenues that should go into the general revenues, that the budget of either the Canadian government or provincial governments. And we're talking about significant funds. $3.3 billion can go a long way for different programs. And here, that's what we've tried to do. We've tried to identify how that money could be reassigned or redistributed to other programs, other welfare programs, to about a similar amount of money. And for instance, $3.3 billion of general revenues would be the equivalent of 260,000 students in Canada that could see their tuition fees reduced or removed. Or 6 million days of hospital beds. Or just a cash transfers to Canadians, as is done in British Columbia with the carbon tax, and as will be done in Alberta with the carbon tax that will be introduced next year, in 2018, excuse me. No, next year and fully introduced in 2018. Or, and that's an important issue here, and that's probably the next, I think this is one of the next avenues of research that would be important, is that money could probably be reinvested in training programs, because it's important not to just remove fossil fuel subsidies. For instance, if you see that they can, in Alberta, they can have a significant impact on the job market, and then just say, we'll remove them and period. If you remove them, you need to be able to develop a program and see how that will have an impact on workers, and then how to train those workers. It's good to say, well, we'll just take the money and train workers, but how do you do that? I think is the important next step. So we have the what, but we need the how. And very briefly, so I've given you a portrait of the producer subsidies, both at the Canadian and provincial levels. In Canada, there are 7 or 8 measures that are remaining. If you want a full list, and if you want a high-level explanation of how they work, these are the most recent recommendations from the Green Budget Coalition. They were released just very recently, and we have an analysis of all of them. We've made some recommendations for 3 measures that we think could and should be removed almost immediately, with a legislation schedule. and then others that should be considered to be removed in the future. And I think I didn't mention that, but there's already, that's the next interesting step. There's already also a commitment from the Canadian government with the North American Summit of Leaders to remove, again, inefficient fossil fuel subsidies by 2025. The question is 2025 early enough, or should the end date be 2020, for instance? If it's 2020, when should we release a legislation schedule so that the market has a good signal of when these will be removed, so that you can plan ahead? Consumer subsidies, these are at provincial and territories level, and they have a different goal. There are incentives. There can be incentives to the manufacturing industry. It can be also programs to offset the impact of, for instance, in Northern Ontario, there's no transit system, or there's in some regions you don't really have a transit system because the distances are so large, so that you will have it's possible sometimes that you'll have a reduced rate on the fuel tax because people don't really have different options. Whereas in a city like Ottawa or like Toronto, you have different options. And oftentimes the fuel tax will even be higher in those areas to incentivize people to take public transit instead of their cars. But even in that context, what we do, our approach is similar to the OECD. We collect the data, we identify those measures, and then we focus on transparency, and then we interact on how we don't make a judgment call basically on those measures. We identify them, and then we interact as much as we can with the government, and we see how we could either reduce or remove a measure, and then how to offset the impact of removing it, for instance. I don't have, we don't yet have inventories of all provinces and territories, since those are still can be time consuming. Currently we have Ontario, Quebec, and Saskatchewan. I've put it here so that you can have a rough idea of what they look like. In Ontario, we're talking about just over $600 million a year. And you can see, as I was saying here, you'll have incentives for different industries, so for railway diesel, for instance, or for auxiliary equipment, which can be used by farmers, for instance, where they need, and these are lower. Whereas you can see that the most important measures will be aviation fuel, railway diesel. College fuel is the same. Sometimes it will be fuel that can be used by farmers and won't be used on the roads. And that's another interesting aspect of it, is that sometimes the fuel tax will be reduced because the initial aim of a fuel tax is not to tax greenhouse gases emissions, is to have revenues for road maintenance, for public transit, for complete streets, but not for GHG emissions. But we still identify them as fossil fuel subsidies. That's Quebec, where we're talking more about just under $300 million. And again, you can see that these are mechanisms that can have the reasons why they exist sometimes don't take into consideration greenhouse gases emissions. For instance, you have in Quebec the fuel tax reduction in certain regions, which is one of the most important measure, where you'll have the fuel tax reduced in regions or cities like Gatineau and the bordering city of Campbellton in New Brunswick, or bordering cities of American states, because you want to prevent people from fueling their tank in the other jurisdiction. And you use those fiscal instruments to, as much as possible, level the price of oil on both sides of the border. But for instance, if you look at Gatineau, more often than not, gas will be about 5 cents less expensive in Gatineau than in Ottawa because of that reduction in the fuel tax. And then again, doesn't take into consideration whether people, because they have that reduced fuel tax, whether they burn more oil or less. And if you just look at Gatineau, this has an impact about 5 cents lower in Gatineau than in Ottawa, but 15 to 20 cents lower in Montreal than in Ottawa. So if people do the round trip, well, they can just fuel their tank here in Gatineau, not fuel in Montreal, come back, and they'll pay 15 to 20 cents less in gas. And then Saskatchewan, here again, for farm activity, which is across different provinces one of the most common measure. Rapidly, GHG impact, why is it important not only for the fiscal, not nonsense, but for how fiscally doesn't really make sense to give handouts to fossil fuel producers or reduce the rate on consumers, but also for climate change, there could be a direct impact of removing those subsidies. At the international level, my colleagues produced a study in 2015 with very complicated modeling. They've come up to the conclusion that within 20 countries, countries such as Vietnam, Argentina, Russia, if you were to remove fossil fuel subsidies in those countries, based on their current greenhouse gas emissions, in 2020, they would emit about 11% less emission just by removing fossil fuel subsidies without not taking into consideration any other measures that they can have in place right now that they plan to put in place, but just by doing that. And if they were to only take 30% of that money and reinvest it in energy efficient policies or in renewable energy policies, that reduction would be 18%. In Canada, the study dates a bit more, so production level are different, but we did that in 2010, removing fossil fuel subsidies in Saskatchewan, Alberta, and Newfoundland and Labrador, the main producer provinces in the country. GHG emissions in Canada would be reduced by 2% between 2011 and 2010. But it will also have an impact on production of 5%. So as I was saying, then you'd probably have to put in place programs to mitigate this impact on workers. And that leads me to reform. I won't go into all of the items here, but basically every time we produce a commentary or analysis on a province or any government, either in Canada or internationally, we also make sure to identify those mechanisms to mitigate the impact on either workers if it's producer subsidies, or on low-income households or middle-income households, for instance, if it's consumer subsidies, because those people will see a difference. And if it's in Northern Ontario, for instance, where it's a low-income family who has no other options than taking their car to work every day, how do you mitigate the impact? Is it by giving them direct cash transfers or giving them a credit on a lower emitting car? And you see here all of that. You can either target fiscal mechanism, all economy mechanism, direct sectors of manufacturing or softwood, household or social welfare programs, or the environment directly. And that was it for the presentation. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Yanick. We do have a couple of questions. Kathy will ask the first one here.
Sorry to pull rank, everybody. Thank you, Yanick. This was really important for us going forward. This is one thing that we will really be focusing on in the next couple of years. So thank you for drilling deep with us. I have one question. So we're citizen lobbyists, but as expert lobbyists, what sort of lobbying have you done of the government, just so we know that going forward?
The main avenue here is the Green Budget Coalition. I can't remember right now the exact number, but we're a few, I think it's, I won't give you a fictional number. I have a blank right now, but we're quite many organizations, environmental, non-governmental organizations across Canada, and we focus on carbon pricing, on water pollution, and on fossil fuel subsidies. And fossil fuel subsidies is part of the recommendations each year. Then we have lobby days with the government, where MPs come, ministers come, and they focus on the issue. So we have interaction with them. And since last year, there's a bit more dialogue. So we've been interacting with mainly with finance and environment, because these are the two governments where this is part of their mandate. Also with Natural Resources Canada, because they're trying to shift, well, they want to shift eventually from oil and gas to renewable energy. This is I think this will probably be a huge task for them, because this is a complete shift from where the ministry has been focused in the past to a complete new shift. So I think these would be the three main government to interact with. We do, and what's the GBC document, I think, is really the flagship one to see how to interact with them as well, because after going back and forth with the government during the drafting phase, we've changed the tone, we've changed the type of, just actually the wording that we use. We've introduced in there the legislation schedule, for instance, because if you just tell them remove subsidies by 2020 or by 2025, the response will be okay, but how, what, which? Whereas if you say, well, these are those that the ones that we think A, are the most important, and B, are also fairly easy to remove, well, introduce a legislative schedule in budget 2017, for instance, saying that that number 1, 2, 3, 4 will be removed by X date, and then in budget 2018, introduce a new legislative schedule with other measures. And there's the debate between, is 2025 too late, is 2020 too early? But just focusing on a schedule and on the specific measures, I think that we have it better here when we use that language and use that approach.
Thank you. Laura?
Hi, thank you. Really insightful presentation. I have a question whether or not you've quantified the monies that governments directly use within the government to try to promote fossil fuels. For example, I live in British Columbia, and we have a Ministry of Natural Gas Development, and our Premier actively travels trying to promote the LNG industry. So wondered if that has been done.
It's been quantified in the past, not by my organization. Excuse me. I know that there was a lot of media attention in the past, primarily from the former government. What we do, I think it's really an arbitrary decision, but we decided to really focus on the fiscal instruments that are given to which producers have access, as opposed to the type of promotion the government does, which I think, though, is one area of focus that should be tackled. But I think there are two different audiences within the government. So we've decided to really just go with what producers receive directly. because there are two different dynamics as well. You have promotion from the government so that people are open to the idea, and you have fiscal instruments where exploration and production will be inflated because of that money. And the more you have exploration, technically, the more the value of a company goes up. So the more you build sort of a bubble, if you know that in the future, they won't be able to extract those reserves.
Thank you, Jerry. Yanick, thank you for your presentation. It clarifies a few points for me. I agree with Kathy that dealing with the fossil fuel subsidies in the next couple of years is probably as important as carbon pricing because they're not mutually exclusive. My question to you is a little bit as an edge to it, because I get the impression that the Liberal government is very slow to react to the issue of fossil fuel subsidies. And the reason it's slow to react to it is because it wants some buy-in by the oil sector, by the fossil fuel sector on carbon pricing. Now, am I being totally cynical as I get older, or can you address that issue for me? You didn't understand the issue? Turn this way.
Yeah, sorry, with the speaker turned around, I couldn't hear you. Excellent question. Honestly, I couldn't tell you, though. I have no idea. But no, I think that it's really, it's an issue that's been promoted both at the Canadian and international level for years now. But I think, as we've seen with the presentation from Mr. Councillor, there can be a lot of inertia, and I think that's more what we see here. It's and especially since most of them are not direct, they're not grants or they're not subsidy per se, they're fiscal instruments. So it needs that you would need to reform the Income Tax Act, for instance. You would need to reform and then sometimes provincial measures interfere with federal measures. So in terms of buy-in, I'm not sure. Excuse me. It could be a reason, but I think that personally, I think the main reason is more inertia than buying from the producers. And there's the whole question also of and I think that will be the next thing we'll need to tackle is the whole question of just production bluntly. We were producing country, some provinces, British Columbia with natural gas, Alberta and Saskatchewan with oil. Part of their economy rely on producing. So I think that we still want to see that level of production. We haven't made this switch yet to reducing significantly production. So as long as you don't necessarily reduce production that much, are you going to tackle as fast the fiscal instruments that promote production? I think those two are going hand in hand. And for instance, one of the measures we're focusing on the most is the accelerated capital cost allowance in British Columbia. Well, it's a measure that was introduced in 2015, and then that was put again in the budget in 2016, so the first Morno budget. And it's a Canadian level measure, but it was introduced about at the same time as new production was kicked in British Columbia for liquefied natural gas. So we're still seeing new instruments that are being introduced to promote production in different parts of the country. So as long as we have production incentives, just in terms of production, we'll have those fiscal incentives to make production more attractive.
Thank you. Last question.
A great presentation. I hope that we can use some of your slides that are fantastic. Jim Carr and the Liberals have effectively continued fuel subsidies to at least 2024. I think you would agree. And their argument, of course, is that there's too many jobs to be lost. The industry's been hard hit by a glut of oil in the market and the prices. If you're talking about 2% of it being created by this industry and you're only dropping at 5%, they're probably looking at the balance of their political risk and losing those jobs. So I'm wondering, supposedly the Conservatives spend $9 billion on green initiatives, although we don't know where. Could we not think about matching subsidies to the green industry in the interim?
That's part of the how reform, yes. And I think that currently that's unfortunately that's one of the some of the research that's lacking, or the information that's lacking. We often hear, well, just price or remove subsidies and then train workers for train engineers or even oil rig workers to switch from the oil industry to the renewables industry. But how do you do that? How long will it take? If it's in Fort McMurray, will you really have a new renewable industry in Fort McMurray in 5 years? Or will you have to relocate whole families? So how do you do that? Do you force some of them to just relocate? Or do you only take, you only train the volunteers? If you're 45 years old, do you really want to train for a new whole industry? I think this is the how that we're lacking, because yes, if you remove $1.6 billion in just Canadian level subsidies, plus the 1.16 in Alberta, and you use all of that to train workers, then it's almost $3 billion that you have for training them. But how do you do that is, I think, really the challenge here.
Yanick, thank you very, very much for the presentation.
Thank you.
Great presentation.
Thanks, everyone.
On behalf of Citizens Climate Lobby. Merci beaucoup. What are the chances of getting two Yannicks in the same room? I should put my glasses on again. I keep forgetting to do that. That's the only part I hate about getting a little older, is having to wear glasses. So thank you, Yanick, because your presentation basically reinforced the title of this conference, which says everything is connected. So I want to thank you for that, and I think it's a great presentation. Our next presenter is Brian Ettling. Brian Ettling is from St. Louis, Missouri, USA. He has worked as a seasonal park ranger at Crater Lake National Park in Oregon for the last 24 years. While working at Crater Lake, he personally witnessed the impacts of climate change. He currently spends his winters in St. Louis, organizing on climate change as the co-leader of the St. Louis chapter of Citizens Climate Lobby, and as coordinator of Missouri Citizens Climate Lobby. He also engages Conservative Fellow St. Louis residents as a member of his local Toastmasters Club. Brian will give a version of the speech he gave to his fellow Toastmasters in April 2016. Hey, USA, let's win the clean energy race. This speech was a response to the American argument we should not take any action on climate change until China cleans up its pollution. Ladies and gentlemen, Brian Ettling.
Good morning. Can everyone hear me okay? Well, wonderful. Well, I'm going to be talking about clean energy here in a moment. But what Kathy wanted me to start out talking about was my personal story. As was mentioned here before, I'm actually originally from St. Louis, Missouri, and growing up in St. Louis.
I did a poor job. My apologies.
So I grew up in St. Louis, Missouri, and I always dreamed of seeing other parts of the world and living elsewhere. So when I graduated from college, I needed a job. I had this degree in business administration, and so I went to work at Crater Lake National Park in Southern Oregon for the summer, and I fell in love with it out there. Glen, who's here in the audience, he grew up at Crater Lake there also, and I worked with his parents, Michael and his mother, Robin, there also. So what happened was that Crater Lake has always just been a summer job for me, so I needed a different job to work in the winter. So Crater Lake, but before I get to the Everglades here, anybody here been to Crater Lake National Park besides Lynn or my wife Tanya? Ross has been there also. Deepest lake in the United States. It's almost 600 meters deep, or 2,000 feet deep. One of the cleanest and purest bodies of water in the world. One of the things I do as a park ranger is I narrate the different ranger programs, including the boat tours. One of the things I do in the boat tours is I'll take a water bottle and I'll unscrew it and dip up some of the water and drink it in front of the boat passengers, just like this. And that Crater Lake water is delicious. And I've been drinking water directly from the lake for years, and as far as I can tell, there's no side effects. So Crater Lake has always been for me a job from May to October. So I had to find a different place to work at in the winter. So I worked at Everglades National Park in South Florida, where I was very fortunate to lead ranger talks there. And I even got to lead canoe trips. I got to canoe out in the Everglades and see the alligators, crocodiles, manatees, and dolphins and birds. But when you're leading ranger talks, people expect park rangers to know everything, don't you? Oh yeah, you expect when you ask that ranger a question, he better know the answer. So people started asking me about this global warming thing, and I knew nothing about it. Well, like any kind of teacher or ranger, what do? We run to the nearest bookstore or library, try to learn about it. So what I did is I went to a nearest Miami bookstore and I bought this book called Laboratory Earth, The Planetary Gamble We Cannot Afford to Lose, by the late climate scientist Dr. Stephen Schneider of Stanford University. And this book was a good eye-opener for me, and I got hooked reading on climate change. I could not stop reading about it. And so what happened was that I quickly learned that Everglades is in serious danger. The sea level rose 8 inches in South Florida in the 20th century, which is faster than it had in previous centuries, four times more. But in the 21st century, here's an map of South Florida and the Everglades. Miami would be on your right-hand side. With the melting of Antarctica and Greenland due to climate change, we could have a 3-foot rise in sea level, which would inundate most of the park. And I realize I'm outside the United States, so I put in metrics in here. A 1-meter sea level rise. And that was really scary for me that we could lose most of the park, since the highest part on the park road is about 3 feet above sea level. And so in my spare time as a ranger, I was out canoeing among the wild flamingos that I would see down there, and the alligators and crocodiles. And I was thinking, oh my goodness, we got this beautiful habitat and we could lose this all. And so I felt like I had to give up my winter job in the Everglades, go back home to St. Louis and start talking about climate change. I started talking to my nephew's Boy Scout group in 2nd grade class and started giving climate change talks. And that's how I kind of stumbled across Citizens Climate Lobby. So I've been involved with Citizens Climate Lobby for about 4 years. And I also got involved with Climate Reality Project. That's how I met Rolly here in the room, and Kathy. Who else here has been involved with Climate Reality Project? I saw a few others of you guys here too. And that's where I got to meet Kathy. I met her in Chicago in 2013. She probably hates this picture. But I had this develop with this friendship with Kathy over the years, and then she encouraged me to come to this conference and speak on this topic here today. So question for you guys. If you had to guess, which country invested the most money in renewable energy, which is primarily solar and wind, in 2015? Anyone taking guesses? You guys know the right answer, yes. It's actually China. China, and this is in US dollars, invests over $110.5 billion in renewable energy in 2015. That was nearly twice the amount of the United States. The European Union was a little bit better. And then I recently found out that Canada last year, and this is in US dollars, invested $4 billion in renewable energy, which is great, but unfortunately that was down 46% from the year before. So a website that I follow closely, Climate Central, really good website, they had an article in March of this year saying that China and the United States are leading the global boom in wind power. Some interesting stats they had in there. In 2015, China built more wind turbines than any other country. China also in 2015 surpassed the European Union in wind production capacity. And by the end of 2014, China had built enough wind farms to potentially power 110 million Chinese homes. And just to compare the United States to China in this renewable race, in 2015, the United States generated 190 megawatt hours of wind power, which is enough to power about 17.5 million homes. China, on the other hand, generated about 185 million megawatts of wind power. And with that new wind capacity they're adding, they could easily blow past the United States and Canada this year. Blow past. Get that? So that's just in wind, I meant before. What about solar? Well, Fortune magazine in this year said that China is utterly and totally dominating in solar panels. China has emerged as the world's largest market for solar panels in 2015. China has long been the world's largest manufacturer of solar panels. And when you add this together, China is now buying a lot of its own panels. When you add together that they're the largest manufacturer and maker, giving the country dominance in the global solar economy. And so investment banking giant Citigroup, or the third largest bank in the United States, said it has informed its investors that the age of renewables is beginning. And just a month ago, the BBC reported that renewable energy has now overtaken coal as the world's largest source of power capacity, which is also good news here too. So China has every intention of winning this renewable energy race. And Kathy wanted me to make sure that I mention here today that just a report from a month ago from the International Energy Agency determined that China remains the indisputable global leader in renewable energy expansion, representing close to 40%, 2/5 of the growth. So there's a lot. So China is determined to be the leader and is making itself the leader. But yet in the United States, I often hear this argument. We should not take any action on climate change until China cleans up its pollution. Who's heard that argument before from friends and family and neighbors and coworkers? Yeah. So I'm sure you hear it a lot in Canada also. But that argument kind of reminds me of this. It reminds me of the story of this mother making breakfast for her 2 sons that are really hungry. And she's making the pancakes as fast as she can, but the brothers simply have no patience. So the one brother goes, I want the first pancakes. The other brother goes, I want the first pancakes. And they keep arguing until finally the mother goes, if Jesus was here, he would say, let my brother have the first pancakes. And the older brother fumes and he goes, you be Jesus. So that joke kind of reminds me of if the United States would have said in the 1960s, we're not going to the moon until somebody else goes to the moon. Or we're not going to be, or if the United States and Canada said, we're not going to be leaders in clean energy, we'll let somebody else be the leaders in clean energy. When have we not been energy leaders, our leaders? But let's be very honest here. Let's talk about that elephant in the room. Because China does have a problem with pollution. Air pollution in China is now killing up to 4,000 people a day. That's according to Bloomberg News. The average life expectancy in the north part of China has been reduced about 5.5 years. And this is according to CNN. The mayor of Beijing said this in January 2015. At present time, Beijing is not a livable city. Boy, that's a selling point for tourism, isn't it? And China Daily, the largest English language newspaper in China, once said that they had this editorial criticizing the government, saying that the Chinese government's inaction in the face of heaviest air pollution in a month flies in the face of their own promises and their own credibility. So there's a lot of internal pressure in China to clean up their pollution. And this was from the New York Times from this year. Statistics from China say the coal consumption continues to drop. For 2 years in a row now, coal consumption is now starting to go down in China. They are starting to bend the curve down. And the president of China has said since 2010 that green and sustainable development represents the trend of our times. So China has every intention to beat North America in this race. And each and every one of us should be concerned about that. I like what my friend Bob Inglis said. Anybody here has heard of Bob Inglis? Conservative Republican. He served in South Carolina. He prided himself of serving the reddest district in the reddest state, being very, very conservative. Well, he decided to go out in a stand and be a brave leader. That climate change is real, and he got voted out in a primary. He got what's called primaried out. And in one of his last addresses to Congress, this is what he told his fellow conservatives. He said, quote, "I would suggest to my free enterprise colleagues, especially conservatives, whether you think that climate change is a bunch of hooey, the Chinese don't. They plan on eating our lunch in the next century. They plan on innovating around these problems, selling to us and the rest of the world the technology that will lead in the 21st century. So we may just press the pause button for several years, but China is pressing the fast forward button." Bob went on to say this, as a result, we may wake up several years from now and say, geez, that just did not work out very well for us. So in the United States, we want to be number one. You know, we enjoy dominating in like the Summer Olympics and being such a great leader in business and innovation and having Lady Gaga, being a leader in the world. And of course, there's a lot of pride in Canada too for Canadian hockey. And I grew up with my favorite rock group being Rush here too. So there's a lot of pride in Canada. So we want to be a great place to live, both of our countries here. So I like what my friend Scott Mandia said about this. He's a professor of meteorology of physical sciences at Suffolk County in Community College in New York. Scott once said that, and this is about the United States, but we're going to expand this to North America. Scott said that North America is great because when we are faced with a challenge, especially with a threat, we collectively take action, and we usually do quite well. The energy revolution is akin to the internet revolution. I want America to take the lead. If we do, we create jobs, sell product to China instead of buying them. We have cleaner air and water and greater national security. And the money savings, or the energy savings, puts money directly back in the pocket. So I like what he says. I love this analogy Scott then says. He says, imagine it is the Olympics and the event is the clean energy race. The US and Canadian track teams have always won these big events before, and it appears to be in great shape to win again. However, after the starting gun is fired, the American runner and the Canadian runners are just jogging while China, India, and the others are sprinting. Don't you want North America to win? There is still time for it to step it up, but the window of opportunity is getting shorter every year because she is falling farther and farther behind. So Scott likes to ask this question to his American audiences. And it's a great question for our North American audiences. Which would we rather have? China selling renewable products to North America, or North America selling renewable products and technology to China? Well, I think the answer is very clear. Hey, North America, let's win the clear energy race. So that's my talk for you guys here today. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you very much. That was great. my sheet here. Go right back, son. We give my pink sheets. My pink sheet. Thank you. What's that?
Give me a 10-minute, just when I'm 10 minutes into it, then I'll just speed up a bit.
We were okay until we had the question.
I know, so I'm trying to try.
Some juice here. Let's look at my mind. So I've lost a bit of time, so we're running a little bit behind schedule, so please bear with us. Right now, I'd like to introduce our next speaker, is Sanjeev Mathur. Sanjeev hails from Sudbury. Yay! He holds an undergraduate degree in science from the University of Ottawa and a medical degree and medical fellowship from the University of Western Ontario. Currently, he is climate change consultant for the pharmaceutical company AbbVie. Sanjeev's presentation is titled, Climate Change is a Medical Emergency. Bring it all together again, which is everything's connected. Sanjeev.
Is it on the screen yet? Well, they worked out this little minor detail. I just want to say thank you very much to be put on the same list of these great speakers, and what a lineup, eh? Like, this is a great lineup. I've gone to many medical meetings where you only get one or two highlighted speakers, and this is a whole list of them, minus myself.
If I could get this working, we have a backup where we can run it from the back. Oh, I think it's coming. Is it on the screens? All right.
Here we go. Maybe there goes that.
Yeah.
Good. So I understand we're running a bit late, so I'm going to try to get through this very quickly, but succinctly. My talk is on climate change and global health. Very briefly, my wife and I met in University of Ottawa, undergrad, and I won't go through the whole history, but my father was one of the original scientists on the International Government Panel on Climate Change. And Kathy and I went to undergrad and became activists very early, and then got regenerated after seeing the movie Inconvenient Truth, especially after we had our youngest, Sophia, who's in the audience today. Anthropogenic climate change is best described by the IPCC, and the most recent report in 2013 will lead up to my presentation, and that is, as everyone in this room knows, the warming of the climate is unequivocal, unprecedented. The atmosphere and ocean has warmed, the amounts of snow and ice have diminished, sea levels have risen, greenhouse gases has arisen. The next point is more important for healthcare and my effects, and that is that the total radiative force is positive. And I'll discuss that a little later, but basically there's been an uptake in energy by the climate system. The human influence is clear. The evidence is, of course, from the increased greenhouse gases, this positive radiative forcing, which I'm going to talk about, the observed warming and understanding of the climate system. This is no longer up for debate. The medical literature has gotten onto this. The World Health Organization now claims that climate change is the greatest threat to global health of the 21st century. Médecins Frontières, or Doctors Without Borders, also says that climate change is the greatest global health threat to the 21st century, and they add on to it that it is incumbent that physicians take a stand to protect their patients. Many journals have actually dedicated their entire journal to addressing how climate change affects their field, and that includes the American Family Medicine Journal, the very vaunted British Medical Journal, the Academic Emergency Medicine Journal, and Pediatrics. So most medical specialties realize that within their specialty, climate change is affecting them now, and it's going to get much worse. Rather than spend hours on each of these presentations, I thought the Lancet Commission on Health and Climate Change gave 9 recommendations, which I think is applicable to all of us here, and we can talk about how CCL interacts with that. Lancet is highly respected, and this commission was put together with experts in the US, UK, Europe, and China. So the first recommendation is that we need to scale up the financing for climate-resilient healthcare systems worldwide. Every time we see a major climate traumatic event or severe weather event, our healthcare systems get overwhelmed. We need to prepare for that, make us more resilient in the climate system, and have funding available. They said what all of us here in the room agree that you have to ensure a rapid phase out of coal from the global energy mix. We just had an amazing presentation about how China is suffering from the health effects of coal burning. All across the world, respiratory diseases, asthma, and these type of diseases are increasing in frequency directly related to climate change. The third recommendation is that we have to encourage a transition of cities that support and promotes a healthy lifestyle. The work we're hearing in Ottawa here was fantastic. We need to get people walking, moving, bicycling to work, not burning fossil fuels by driving their car. That's not only good for their personal health, but also the health of the planet. Here we go. We need to establish, this is one of the main recommendations, we need to establish a framework for a strong, predictable, international carbon pricing mechanism. I think everyone here knows a little bit about that. The Lancet also recommended that we rapidly expand access to renewable energy in low-income and middle-income countries. These seem like obvious statements, but a country like India is burning a lot, like China, of fossil fuels. They have very poor infrastructures. Anybody who just watched the David Letterman series about India or has seen any pictures of India, the wiring looks like it was put together by children, yarn balls all over the country. Whatever they're burning in their fossil fuel factories has the lowest efficiency to get into the people. We have a chance actually in these low-income and middle-income countries to regenerate their grids and do it in a green way, but the time is now. This will be good for their health and the health of the planet. Also, something you guys are very aware of, the Lancet Commission says we need to ensure local capacity and political support to develop these low-carbon health and energy choices. We need to speak to local politicians, also about the healthcare effects of climate change. Their eighth recommendation was to implement an international agreement which supports countries in transitioning to a low-carbon economy. And Paris is making strides with that, and hopefully we'll have all players involved. That's China. You pronounce it China. I think one of the most important things for me is that we need to invest in climate change and public health research. We know that respiratory illnesses and deaths are accumulating rapidly with climate change changes. We also know, however, there are a lot of other effects that we haven't quite understood in research. Cancer is increasing. The changes in UV radiation and exposure to toxins that come out during floods and climate events are leading to increase in cancer. That needs to be properly elucidated. It's well documented that during heat strokes and heat events, that cardiovascular deaths, strokes are also significantly increased and cause deaths. We need to actually spend a considerable amount of research on this and be prepared for this. If you actually look at the picture there, that was only the second global climate conference in Paris in July 2016, addressing the need and linking health crises and climate change. The last recommendation was to adopt mechanisms to facilitate the collaboration between our ministries of health and the government departments. They have to work together to figure out how we're going to get the infrastructure to deal with the global effects of climate change on health. And you need to empower the healthcare professionals. Now, I'll tell you, as if somebody works in the operating room, healthcare professionals are well aware of climate change. We've seen it in the undergarments of our patients. But how does this affect me? JAMA, one of our most respected literatures, says that clinicians have a powerful and unique opportunity to engage the nation by framing the crisis as the healthcare imperative. So that's what I do when I lobby my MP or speak to the MPs. I frame it around a health imperative because that's my field. But we also need to reduce our carbon intensity and energy consumption at home and at work. The Canadian Medical Association also put out a policy paper saying that healthcare professionals have to act within their professional settings to reduce the environmental impact of medical activities. And we need to develop environmental sustainable professional settings within our profession. So I started looking at that and I thought, what can I do as an anesthesiologist, someone works in an operating room, based on this? What can I do to help climate change? Well, as it turns out, there is a lot of research on this that really isn't known by physicians. Some of the top scientists in the world who work for NASA, the Meteorological Association, Jet Propulsion Agency, agencies that give the government and the IPCC their results, has actually looked at the general anesthetics that we give and how they affect the environment. And this is a very detailed scientific slide, but all you need to really see there is on the far left, you see our main greenhouse gases, CO2 and water, reside outside the atmospheric window, which is in a bit of a white bar there. Along the bottom, you'll see sort of bumpy lines, and that's unfortunately where all our volatile anesthetic gases or sleepy gases are sitting in the atmospheric window. And unfortunately, that part of the atmospheric window is where radiative forcing occurs. Radiative forcing is a measure on how an agent alters the balance of incoming and outgoing energy in the atmosphere. So therefore, these agents that we use to put you to sleep, the organic compounds, are actually responsible for 10 to 15% of the anthropogenic radiative forcing of the climate. So even though they're in the atmosphere in small concentrations, they're in the worst area, they're building up, and they're contributing to climate change. They're very strong greenhouse gases. These guys and the IPCC worked out exactly how strong they are. And I just want to show you that they have worked out in detail how long these gases last in the atmosphere, how they affect radiation, and how do they compare to CO2. And they come up with something called the global warming potential. And that is a very well-established marker on how agents affect global energy warming. So CO2 is set as 1. At the very bottom, you've all heard that methane is 20 times worse than CO2. Well, that's where this comes from, these calculations. But I want you to look in the middle. These are most 3 common anesthetics used in North America. Desflurane is a 2,540 times more a global warming mechanisms than CO2. Desflurane and sevoflurane are the used 50-50% in North America. Desflurane hasn't quite gotten all over to the third world yet. But these are very significant greenhouse gases. So significant that after we started these presentations, UK actually decided to do their own marker on this. And they actually looked at the carbon footprint of anesthetic gases because, as we know in Europe, they're into carbon trading mechanisms and following how everything affects greenhouse emissions. I'll skip some of the slides, but basically their conclusion is that 5% of the carbon footprint for all their hospitals, what they call acute organizations, 5% is from the anesthetic gases. You consider how large hospitals are, what they emit, that's pretty significant. That's about equivalent to about half the emissions of the gas they use to heat their buildings and water. So desflurane and nitrous oxide are laughing gas, no laughing matter here, unfortunately are very potent global house warming gases. What can I do then as an individual to sort of get this message across to physicians? What I've been doing is trying to put this into relatable things that we see every day, and then I give talks to other physicians to see if they'll change their practice. And I think we've had some success. For example, if you do 7 hours of anesthesia in the operating room and ignore the 1 MAC, these are all basically equivalent amounts of anesthetics and equivalent amount of patients not waking up on you. So we have 2% sevoflurane up to 6% desflurane. That is the equivalent of driving a vehicle. So 1 anesthetist working in 1 OR in 1 city in Canada, running 7 hours, which is actually a short day, using sevoflurane is equivalent to driving a car that gets 28 miles per gallon, 40 kilometers. If you use desflurane, it's equivalent of 1,920 kilometers. That's each case, each OR, each city, all around the world. When I present this to other physicians, they're shocked by this. There's no real advantage of desflurane over sevoflurane. And also, these volatile gases are just pumped out into the atmosphere. So on an average day, if you tend to use nitrous and desflurane, you're using the carbon dioxide equivalents of over 1,000 kilometers of driving a vehicle. If you look at it internationally, based on sales of drugs, it's over 1 million American passenger cars that you're equaling. Is this significant? When we gave us data at the University of Utah, they said, look, we're going to cut the use of this desflurane drug in half for a year and see what happens. They saved $300,000 because the drug actually happens to be more expensive. And there was no change in the other types of drugs used for anesthesia, which it says their propofol usage. There was no change in patient outcomes, how fast they woke up, how fast they got out of hospital. But they reduced the greenhouse gas equivalents of 5.4 million miles driven in that 1 hospital. I also did the same for our hospital, Health Sciences North in Sudbury. There's 12,500 cases a year outside of cataracts, which we don't use general anesthetics. And once again, you can see a big difference in using 1 drug over another. 1 drug that has really no advantage than the other produces 3.2 million kilometers of driving in our hospital versus 132,000 in other hospitals. So using the CCL model and presenting this around the country, and we're seeing a drop in deaths from use and possibly removing it. And as somebody said earlier, there's great ingenuity in this country. Somebody then came across in Canada of a way of attaching a special, and I don't know why her face is blacked out. This is not a dirty video, but she's putting a trap on the back of all anesthetic machines. This device will take out 100% of those volatile anesthetics, so that none is pumped in the atmosphere. Well, the government won't pay for it, the hospitals won't pay for it, nobody's going to pay for it. Now, one hospital has signed up, and this is Canadian technology. But I'll tell you, this is why we need a price on carbon, because once those companies have to pay that price on carbon, they will provide that free. So I just end that, I want to end my talk basically saying that it's a huge field to look at the effects of climate change on global health, but using the CCL model, I've taken this to my workplace. I think all of you could probably take it to your workplace and find ways within our work jobs that we can reduce climate change. Thank you very much.
I love the final slide, Sanj. You know, what if it's a big hoax? I still get that from people. Thank you very, very much for that insight. It's interesting to hear again from another part, like from the medical part this time, because we hear from industry and everything else, but that was great. Once again, it's all connected. Sunglasses. We have one more short presentation, and it's by Marlo Ferme. Did I say it right? From BC. Come on. And Marlo will make a couple of closing comments.
Hello. Hi. So I understand we're running late, and I just wanted to share with you a very personal story, and it won't take long, I promise. So climate change is actually something I ended up resenting almost everybody for. I first learned about climate change when I was in grade 2. And in university, I started seeing the effects of climate change around me and in the news, and it really became a source of anxiety for me. I remember in 2010 when Vancouver hosted its 2010 Winter Olympics, we didn't have enough snow to host some of the events and had to ship the snow from other parts of the mountains. In 2014, there was a forest fire nearby that blew all of its smoke into Vancouver. And I woke up that morning to a yellow sky that looked pretty apocalyptic. So one day I was having a heated conversation with my partner about his career choices, because I would look around me, and including his decisions, and I would really feel a lot of resentment. And he ended up telling me, "Why does everything have to be so bad to you?" And that stopped me in my tracks. I shut up, and it hurt. But then I went to bed that night, and I thought about his question. Why does everything have to be so bad to me? And then a thought came to me. And it was that I was being hard on others because I was being hard on myself for living a privileged lifestyle and not thinking I was doing enough about it. So that night, I forgave myself, and I think that really gave me the space to understand and see the best in myself and in other people. And I think that's what's led me here today now. And so I just want to challenge all of you, when you lobby tomorrow and on Tuesday, before you lobby, try to imagine the best in your MPs that you're going to lobby to. If you have to, imagine a ball of light inside of them, just shining through, and imagine that when you're meeting with them and listening to them. And I can guarantee you that the meeting will go great if that happens. Okay, thank you.
Now, for the very next hour, I'm going to be telling jokes. No, just kidding. So we are gone until 1:30. We'll see you back here at 1:30 sharp. Thank you I'm sorry? There'll be pizza for people in here, okay? And we'll be back here at 1:30 sharp, and we have a really interesting and exciting afternoon agenda. So we'll see you then. Thank you very much. If you can start taking your places, we'll get going in about 2 minutes. For the panel discussion. What do you call it again? There's a word for that. Yeah, I know. Keep it simple. But there's a reason why we did it.
Kind of get rid of the legs.
Exactly,
right?
yeah.
This way they can pick away. And
that's right.
You guys can move whatever screen. I mean, it's not even my equipment. It's
Yanick, can we move the screen up? So welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you enjoyed the morning. I hope you had a good lunch break and that you're all recharged to what's going to happen this afternoon. So take our places. We'll get going in about 30 seconds here. I don't know if you feel the same way I do, but I'm very excited about who's opening up our afternoon conference. So this afternoon, the opening comments are from the Honorable Mary Polak. She's the Minister of the Environment for the province of British Columbia. So ladies and gentlemen, give her a hand, please.
Thank you very much. I know that the Citizen Climate Lobby continues to be a very strong advocate for a national carbon price. And so it's exciting for me to be able to kick off this afternoon of conversation you're about to have. In British Columbia, we strongly agree with that. We know that carbon pricing has to be the cornerstone of any robust climate action plan. I'm often asked why BC has a carbon price when so few jurisdictions in North America do. But that's what being a climate leader really means. It's about setting an example. And so, you know, British Columbia's carbon tax has been in place since 2008. We were the first jurisdiction in North America to introduce a carbon tax, and it covers about 70% of British Columbia's emissions. That makes it the most broadly applied carbon tax in North America today. At $30 a ton, our tax also remains the highest carbon price in North America. When we introduced the carbon tax, it was really important that our citizens not be paying more taxes overall. So the core principle of British Columbia's carbon tax is revenue neutrality. Every dollar raised by the carbon tax is returned to British Columbians through reductions in other taxes. In fact, this past year, we actually returned almost $500 million more through tax reductions than we gained in carbon tax revenue. Nationally and internationally, there is growing recognition that BC's carbon tax is a model to follow. In fact, just recently, the United Nations honored British Columbia's carbon tax with a Momentum for Change award, calling it an example worldwide for innovative carbon pricing. We were also invited to present our tax as a climate solution at various international events, including COP22 in Marrakesh and COP21 in Paris. In 2015, Premier Christy Clark was invited to the World Bank IMF Spring Forum to speak with G20 finance ministers about BC's carbon tax. That's a first for a Canadian premier. And the tax has been profiled by the New York Times, the LA Times, and The Economist as a leading environmental policy. All of that recognition validates what we in British Columbia know to be true, and that is that the carbon tax is working. It's giving people and businesses a powerful incentive to reduce their carbon footprints. Since the tax was introduced, independent studies show that per capita fuel use in BC has dropped, and our greenhouse gas emissions have also fallen. In 2015, Murray and Rivers, two researchers working out of Duke University and the University of Ottawa, respectively, published a review of 7 independent studies suggesting that at $30 a ton, the carbon tax reduced BC's emissions by between 5 and 15% below forecasted levels. Meanwhile, our real GDP has grown and our population has grown. That shows that we can reduce harmful emissions while continuing to grow the economy and to create jobs, a balance that governments around the world are trying very hard to achieve. In fact, it's pretty easy to reduce greenhouse gas emissions if you don't care about killing your economy. Of course, in a democracy, you'd also have to give up any hope of ever being elected again. And so instead, with our carbon tax, we are taxing the pollution we don't want and returning the money to where we want it, in people's pockets, in jobs, and in investment. So I guess the obvious question then is, when is BC going to raise the carbon tax again? As you know, the federal government recently announced a national carbon pricing strategy. That news is very welcome to us. We have long supported our $30 a ton carbon price becoming the national benchmark. In fact, BC has been pushing for the rest of Canada to catch up since we froze the tax in 2012. We know that to be effective, the price of carbon has to continue to go up over time. Right now, we are waiting for other jurisdictions to catch up, and then we will increase that price together in an effective and an affordable way. Regardless of the price of carbon, our carbon tax will remain revenue neutral. This way we can ensure that BC remains a competitive place to invest and also an affordable place to live. After all, there's no point in bleeding jobs to a place with no carbon price. That's not any good for jobs or the economy, and it does nothing to reduce global emissions. But while our carbon pricing has to be central to a robust plan to fight climate change, it's not the only action that we're taking in BC. If you want to be a true leader in climate action, you have to start by getting your own house in order before you ask other people to do the same. We recognize that government is responsible for the carbon pollution generated by our own operations. In 2010, we became the first carbon neutral jurisdiction in North America. This commitment covers the entire provincial public sector, including provincial government offices, schools, universities, colleges, hospitals, and more. Each year, the BC public sector spends more than $400 million on energy. So for every 1% improvement in energy efficiency, we save more than $4 million annually in fuel costs. In July of this year, BC achieved our 6th consecutive year of carbon neutral government. And the success of our carbon neutral government program is inspiring other jurisdictions to make their own ambitious carbon neutral commitments. In addition to the carbon tax and carbon neutral government, BC has put in place other leading policies, such as addressing emissions from the built environment, helping buyers afford low-emission electric and hydrogen fuel cell vehicles, and preparing our province for climate change with an adaptation strategy. We're now building on these and other policies set out in our initial climate action plan in 2008 with our new climate leadership plan. This plan outlines 21 new actions to target key areas where emissions are created, including launching a strategy to reduce upstream methane emissions by 45%, making BC's electricity 100% clean renewable, and expanding our clean energy vehicle program to support new vehicle incentives and infrastructure and new transit options. In addition, we are continuing to invest in innovation and infrastructure that will help us meet our 2050 emissions reduction target. Since 2012, we've dedicated an additional $1.9 billion to keeping BC on that path to a lower carbon economy. Things like $24 million to improve the energy efficiency of homes and businesses, $300 million for transportation infrastructure, and $831 million for clean transportation. And through our Innovative Clean Energy Fund, we're investing in some exciting developments around solutions for tomorrow, solutions that could make an even bigger impact on the fight against climate change. One really exciting example is that through the fund, we've invested in a company in British Columbia that's building the world's first facility to capture carbon right out of the air and turn that captured carbon into fuel. This represents an enormous opportunity for BC to fight climate change while at the same time supporting innovation and economic growth. It's the kind of innovation that could one day enable the mass production of low carbon fuels and help wean the world from fossil fuels. With the actions that we've announced in this recent climate leadership plan, we estimate 66,000 jobs created over the next 10 years. And we'll be reducing our net annual greenhouse gas emissions by a projected 25 million tons below current forecasts for 2050. But we know our current plan is not going to get us all the way to our 2050 goal. There's more we're going to have to do. Much of that will need to align with a pan-Canadian approach to climate change. But we are committed to updating and augmenting our plan in the months and years ahead to ensure that our strategy remains effective and to ensure that we reach our target of reducing greenhouse gas emissions to 80% of 2007 levels by 2050. As we move forward to a low carbon future, there are many opinions about how best to reduce emissions, but there's certainly no single path. True sustainability means we have to keep balancing environmental, economic, and social needs. There's no silver bullet. There's no obvious answer. Real climate action demands careful planning, a flexible approach, and coordination with our national and international partners. I'm confident that by combining our efforts, sharing our knowledge, sharing our solutions, such as BC's revenue neutral carbon tax, our success to move us even closer to our goals. And I know that your conversation today and the activities of your organization are going to contribute in a really positive way to the kind of conversation that needs to take place all across Canada and indeed around the world. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to talk to you today.
I want to thank you very much on behalf of us for taking the time, and also to thank British Columbia for all the amazing things they are doing and leading the way and helping us get where we need to get as well as an organization. Can you take a couple of questions?
Sure, I'd be happy to.
Does anyone have any questions to ask? I'll come down with the microphone here. One.
Yeah, okay. Yes, my name is Rolly Montpellier, and I'm from Ottawa. I'm pleased to listen to, I've been told to face the camera. Pleased to listen to your talk. And yes, thank you for supporting the national price on carbon, and for all that you do in British Columbia. One concern that I have, though, is that the liquid natural gas project, which has been approved by the federal government for BC, will in fact increase emissions. I've seen different numbers by about 70 megatons. So it kind of flies in the face of any policy on carbon pricing, which is designed to reduce emissions, when new infrastructure programs, in fact, increase emissions. So I'm just wondering how you can reconcile that on a day-to-day basis.
Sure, excellent question. And it illustrates very well the tough balance that decision makers in government are trying to manage. First, let's look at what we put in place for the liquefied natural gas industry in British Columbia. First is an intensity benchmark that means they need to produce that at the cleanest level of any production facility in the world. Secondly, and a lot of people don't realize this, the LNG industry, those operations will pay the carbon tax. They'll also pay for compliance if they are producing if they are operating above the benchmark intensity level. They will also have to pay for compliance, and that will be a significant cost to them as well. It is, though, one of the things that around the world we are wrestling with, and I've had these very interesting discussions at the international conferences where you have jurisdictions around the world still on diesel, on coal, far more damaging in terms of what it's doing to our climate. And yet many of these jurisdictions are not in a place where the complete transition to renewables is going to be viable for another couple of decades. So you're faced with a choice. You can give them a transition fuel, and we can produce it in the cleanest way possible in the world, recognizing that the emissions in British Columbia, just like the emissions in China, are not fenced in. They don't stay there. We all contribute plus and minus through our actions to emissions around the world. So if China were to continue along its current 5-year plan for getting off and not getting off coal more rapidly through the purchase of natural gas, they could reduce their emissions, or I should say avoid, because for China it's always about growth and growth forecasting. They could avoid equivalent emissions to British Columbia's entire emissions for a year. So I'm not going to pretend this isn't a controversial and complicated discussion. It is. But I think we have to be very careful before we jump to black and whites on how much one project will produce here without considering all the other aspects to the production of something like natural gas and its potential impact for governments, jurisdictions who are transitioning away from fossil fuels.
Thank you. And we'll have one last question, and thank you very much.
I think he's going to move it. Okay. Hi, Minister Polak. Thank you very much for that. And my name is Laura, and I live near Castlegar, British Columbia. And I have a question regarding the stance on any raising of the BC carbon tax now that the federal government has announced a federal plan. Is the official stance that the carbon tax will rise when the rest of the country gets to that point, which would be in 2021, I believe? Or would BC be willing to continue to be a leader and perhaps help stimulate clean tech in British Columbia by leading that carbon tax? Thank you.
Thanks. So the current plan that's proposed by the federal government, the current schedule, you're right, would see our carbon tax rise in 2021 and then again in 2022, as everybody at that point would reach the $50 a ton mark. We have said, in fact, going all the way back to when we announced this most recent climate plan, that what we were waiting for was for the rest of Canada to reach our level, and then all of us move up together in an affordable way that protects competitiveness. There are still, though, many things that have to be discussed between the first ministers. They'll meet again at the beginning of December, and we'll see where that moves to. These are never easy discussions, and I think sometimes they're even more challenging in a confederation such as ours. But you know, that kind of challenging discussion can be really good for arriving at the right answer. In terms of moving up, or British Columbia moving up before then, one of the reasons that we put the freeze in place in 2012 was because at $30 a ton, there was, as some researchers have brought to our attention, there was risk that going further on our own could harm the competitiveness of our industries and thereby just bleed those jobs away from BC and not actually having an impact on emissions. So it is not an easy balance to find, as none of these things are, but we believe that the appropriate way to do this is for all of Canada to do it together.
So thank you very much for your time. Thank you very much for the answers, and thank you very much for your leadership. We were very excited that you agreed to do this afternoon. So we have a hand for Minister Polak, please. Thank you. Thank you very much. Have a nice day.
Thank you. You too.
Okay. Hi. Gonna wave. Okay. Easy to introduce you. Good. That's good. Absolutely. Main thing's not to panic, right? Thank you. So I'm excited about this next presentation, obviously. Glen Hodgson is our keynote speaker this afternoon, and he brings nearly 35 years of experience and a specialization in macroeconomics, international trade and finance, and fiscal and tax policy to his position as the first senior fellow at the Conference Board of Canada as of September 2016. In his new role, Mr. Hodgson will support the Conference Board's mandate to advance Canadian competitiveness and prosperity. He will identify and develop new initiatives for research and engagement, undertake research, and provide public commentary as an author and speaker. Topics of interest include Canada and globalization, low carbon economic growth, sustainable fiscal policy, tax system design and administration, and the creative economy, like that word. Mr. Hodgson was the Conference Board of Canada's Senior Vice President and Chief Economist for the past 12 years, where he was responsible for overseeing macroeconomic forecasting and custom economic research, and was the board's leading media spokesman. He played a leading role in several high-profile research initiatives at the Conference Board on productivity and competitiveness, international trade and investment, health economics, tax policy, and the Quebec economy. He has published 2 books and over 300 reports, briefings, and articles, as well as delivering many speeches and presentations each year to clients. Glen is a member of Canada's Eco-Fiscal Commission, which undertakes research on using price signals to encourage positive activities like economic growth and job creation, and discourage negative ones like greenhouse gas emissions and road congestions. He joined the conference board in September 2004 after 10 years at Export Development Canada. He also spent a decade with the Federal Department of Finance and served at the International Monetary Fund in Washington, D.C. during the 1980s as advisor to the Executive Director for Canada, Ireland, and the Caribbean. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Glen Hodgson. Thank you. And we'll give you that. How's that?
There we go. So good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much for that kind introduction. I have to write a shorter version for next time. So where did Kathy go? So I got to commend Kathy for her dedication, commitment, energy. She kept after me for weeks and weeks, and we finally had a chat and asked what she wanted, and she said, come and do a presentation on what you think about carbon pricing and how it links into fiscal policy. And I'm going to basically give you the framework I've developed for our own thinking at the conference board about what the low carbon economy is going to look like and the tools we'll have to develop to get there, and with a lot of weight on carbon pricing. So we have a Paris Agreement. The agreement doesn't actually have targets. It's interesting. I've negotiated a lot of international agreements, and usually you're trying to create a level playing field, get everybody in the same plane. That's not what Paris did. Paris is all about commitment and transparency and accountability, holding each other to account. And obviously Donald Trump could be a real change factor in that, although every time I look at the New York Times and see another East Coast city getting underwater with a high tide, the evidence for me of climate change is real. If you ever want to invite somebody from business to talk about climate change, invite somebody from the property and casualty insurance industry. They're feeling it right now. They're paying billions of dollars in claims because of extreme weather events, and that's not going away. They know that. So for me, the evidence is clear. I have a feeling the American government will get there one way or another at some point, but it'd be kind of ironic if China ends up having to lobby the United States to align around climate change. We heard the very good presentations about the Chinese are already doing to try and get off coal, get on to natural gas as an interim, and then head towards renewables. So anyway, I thought I would talk about the most realistic scenario over time, which is a steady transition in policy and how our economy works, and looking increasingly for low carbon sources of energy and low carbon energy consumption. I think there are 3 pillars to this. Putting a price on carbon is the first and most important pillar or cornerstone to get the incentives right. And I have a feeling that everybody in the room gets this. In fact, when I was invited, I said, this is really cool, a group that gets actual carbon pricing and revenue neutrality, because that is a big part of the selling point. That's why when a BC minister comes on the screen and talks, they can talk credibly about something which has public support in BC. So that'll be one of the key drivers, I think, how to build ongoing public support for this. We also need regulation, though. There's areas where I would argue prices are going to take a long time to work. For example, design of buildings, design of the urban space, the link between public transit and getting to work. So there are things we can do as a partner, kind of a cooperative partner with carbon pricing, to rethink how we regulate our economy. And then finally, and this is an area where I want my organization to spend a lot of time, how do we create the incentives to really incent the emergence of low carbon technologies and services? Actually give business a reason to invest in low carbon going forward. Make it a business opportunity. And more, I think the Americans may end up shooting themselves in the foot in a Trump world if they go backwards. They're actually going to create a space where Canada, Germany, Britain, China, can step forward and be the provider of low carbon technology. And that's where the light bulb, I think, will eventually go on for the Americans. They'll realize that if climate change is real, and they wait another 4 years or 8 years, they're simply going to be that much further behind in the ability to provide the goods and services we need for a low carbon world. Now, I'm part of the Eco-Fiscal Commission. You heard in the introduction, there's 11 of us. We're all kind of, frankly, dorky academic economists. Most of my colleagues teach at university, and we all believe in the price system as the way to change behavior. We also have a group of advisors, many of whom used to be our political leaders. Paul Martin, Jean Charest in Quebec, Michael Harcourt in BC, people like that. Now, some of them are used to be's. But the fact that we can have people across, Preston Manning is part of this. He's one of our advisors. So we've gone kind of nonpartisan. We have people who've done politics in all the major parties from left to right who think that carbon pricing is a sort of a key element of our transformation. We're national in scope, but we do a drill down regionally to sort of give advice to provincial governments and to cities. And we were formed really to look at financial structures and prices versus regulations. We are now mindful. We're looking for ways to build the bridge between regulatory reform and the price system. But we are all about incentives, getting the right incentives in place, using the price system to change people's behavior. Now, how many in the room actually studied economics? Okay, so you remember a downward slope demand curve? Where if prices fall, people buy more, and if prices rise, people buy less. It's really that simple. It's using people's behavior, responding, and you can measure the elasticity of the curve and the kind of policies that are necessary to get people to change, and maybe get into behavioral economics as well, whether we can use different forms of regulation to change behavior. But fundamentally, we think that we can use that downward slope demand curve or upward slope demand curve in terms of the price to get people to buy less carbon by raising the price. But we also believe fundamentally that there's no trade-off. This isn't about a trade-off between the economy and the environment. We want both. We want a strong economy and a strong environment. Now, I think we all understand if you put a price on something, it changes people's behavior. And the higher the price is, the more they think about how to avoid paying that high price. So pricing carbon really is about providing a financial incentive to change behavior over time, to buy things in a different way, to consume less carbon, to actually avoid paying the tax. God, I would love to avoid paying my property tax, but I can't. I wish I could avoid paying income tax, but I go to jail. But carbon tax is actually something you could avoid by consuming less carbon. And so the Eco-Fiscal Commission has already done some path-breaking research in Canada using the price system as a way to change behavior. And we've discovered that through our research, that the price system will have a less negative impact on the economy, take away less GDP than if we use regulations. And so I thought I would start by just sharing some of the eco-fiscal research. Well, first of all, delaying is not an option. If we delay, the cost of eventual adjustment are simply going to go up, whether it's a matter of us paying a lot more property insurance for the extreme weather events, whether it's investing in the wrong things and having sort of a lost capital stock. That may well become an issue in Fort McMurray, for example, because a lot of companies have made a big bet on the oil sands. And that's their fear, is that they'll have wasted the $50 or $100 billion of investment in the oil sands going forward. But there's a whole variety of other benefits. In fact, as we start getting spin-off benefits, you can see the upside of climate change. Transitioning to the low-carbon economy may well create a whole new way of doing things with related jobs and growth and wealth. And it does affect almost all parts of the economy. So we don't think delay is a terribly sort of intelligent way of responding. Our foundational research, we started doing research about 2 years ago, and the first piece we did was kind of comparing status quo, doing nothing, to a carbon pricing world. And we used what's called, I hate to be a sexy economist here, but we used a general equilibrium model based at the University of Guelph to do our shock analysis. A GE model basically models what the economy looks like for an economist top-down, relationship between key sectors. And we saw that there were sort of savings from carbon pricing in 3 ways. First of all, the pricing itself would save us about 2.4% of GDP compared to using regulations. Now, that was over a finite period of time of about 5 years. the longer you go on, the bigger the savings become. So if you compare a regulatory model where you impose limits on people through regulation, as opposed to a price system model where you set the price and let people adapt themselves, innovate, take intelligent choices, you save about 2.5% of GDP. We then saw additional savings from how we recycle the revenues, put them back in. And the BC case I like a lot because, of course, they did cut other taxes. They cut income taxes, gave some money back to low-income people. They've actually given back more revenue than they've captured through their carbon price. But that has a positive impact. People then take that money and go out and spend it. And it gives you another round of benefits in GDP. And then linking together systems gives you some other savings. So compared to just sort of command and control regulation, we think carbon pricing gives you huge advantages in terms of minimizing the impact on your economy. There's also fiscal opportunity. It gives governments money. And guess what? If our governments get money, they tend to spend it on things that we care about, like healthcare, education, public transit, public infrastructure. And you can see from the chart here that Canada is actually way behind other countries. We capture less revenue from pricing things, sort of environmentally friendly revenues, than countries like the UK and Norway. The Brits, by the way, are about a decade ahead of us. I'm using the UK more and more as a reference point in the development of Canadian policy. They passed a climate change act to their parliament in 2009. They now have an independent commission that helps to set the targets on a going forward basis, giving independent advice to their government. And they're at a point now where their emissions are dropping over time without a real impairment of their economic growth. I venture to say that Brexit's going to hurt the UK much more than any sort of adaptation to climate change through pricing. But the key message here is there's money to be found for governments if you start putting prices on bad things like greenhouse gases. And having spent a decade at the finance ministry, I know how much fun it is to gather money from people. Doing it the smartest way possible, which actually benefits your economy, is clearly a good thing. So what are the first principles when it comes to pricing carbon? Well, I think, first of all, how do you set the price? Are you going to do it through a carbon tax or levy or fee, whatever you want to call it, to make it pretty enough that people will buy it? Or are you going to do it through cap and trade? And I'm going to come back to that and do kind of a typical economist cost-benefit, advantages, disadvantages of the two system. I'll declare my biases right up front. I'm much in favor of a carbon tax over cap and trade. I like the model a lot, but it's not perfect. There is flaws as well that'll have to be addressed through better public policy. But I also understand why Ontario and Quebec have both gone the cap and trade route. There's attractions there as well. But I think and we'll go through the list. And in fact, I want your feedback because it'd be interesting to hear your feedback on this, about the trade-offs the governments are facing. I mean, I've been an advisor inside government. I've given advice to finance ministers. I've been part of the Council of Economists giving advice to the finance ministers across the country the last 15 years. And they do face political trade-offs, like getting re-elected becomes a major factor, which may have factored into Ontario's thinking in cap and trade. But I think you can fundamentally find the right outcome, knowing that there may not be a perfect choice. Secondly, who sets the price? Feds or provinces? And I think the answer now is both, but we'll talk about the federal intervention. Then application. This is where it starts getting more difficult. Stringency is a big, so technical word. It means how quickly you're going to raise the price over time. Knowing that we may have to get to $100 or $150 a ton carbon tax before you really do get people out of their cars, buying electric cars, investing in their homes, fundamentally changing their behavior. Do we tax consumption or production, or both? So a province like Alberta, it's great that they're going to tax consumers, and they're all driving their big trucks in Alberta, and you know the price of gasoline in Alberta, they could absorb a 5 or 10 cent a liter carbon tax fairly easily. But I would argue there the real issue is production, and whether you can help shift Alberta industry to be the cleanest producers of oil and gas in the world, same as BC is trying to. Exceptions, exemptions, who's going to get left out? There's lots of free permits being given out already in Quebec. We don't know the allocation yet in Ontario, but I guarantee there'll be sectors that will get free permits at the outset because the cost of adjustment would be very high against the competition. And what about the border? And there was a very good piece at the back of the room I was reading about border effects and border measures. And for example, could we introduce a carbon price at the border on imports coming in from jurisdictions that don't price carbon. Is that a magic solution, or is it a bit of a slippery slope? We can talk about that. And then ultimately coordination across the country. How do we ensure that every Canadian jurisdiction actually has a carbon price? So most obvious place to start is cap and trade versus carbon tax. And I've just set out here, and I've declared my bias. I would advise the finance minister and the government to veer towards a carbon tax. Here's the advantages that I see. It's clear, it's simple, it's transparent. I've worked in government a long time. I've dealt with very complex systems. Simpler is better. The simpler you can make it, the more you can actually explain to people what's going on. It's very simple to administer as well. You just increase the tax on fuels, which was done in BC, and that can be done through the existing tax system. You don't have to hire one additional person for this, and the firms themselves that are paying gathering the tax at the gas pump don't have to hire anybody else as well. So it's very simple to administer. You're not building up the administrative burden. It's very efficient economically. The price system, as I've shown through our eco-fiscal research, does have the most positive impact on GDP. So if you have to choose between regulation, cap and trade, which I would argue is actually a regulation with a pricing system built into it, or carbon tax, the carbon tax is the most effective in terms of the impact on the economy. As I said, easy to administer, and you can make it stringent over time. You can actually set out a 20 or 30 or 50 year path to get to $100 a ton, or 150, or whatever magic number you want to try and reduce people's demand for carbon. So those are the advantages, but I think we have to admit as well that there are disadvantages. The carbon tax works through the price system, so we're changing incentives for people to change how they spend money, how they consume over time. We may not be able to hit the kind of targets the governments have set out for 2030 or 2050 bang on, because you're relying upon people to modify their behavior. The next time they go to buy a car, to buy a hybrid, which is what I drive, or to buy an electric car, and we know that the GE Volt is being made here in Canada. The Tesla is out of most people's price range, but they're now looking at making down market products as well. But it's going to take time. We've got a lot of cars out there on the road that we'll have to replace over time through the price mechanism. Same thing with how we heat our homes, to go from oil to gas to electric, or putting solar cells on your rooftop, or investing the $5,000 to $10,000 in doing a geothermal drill in your front yard. That's a major layout. So are people going to spend that money? Probably not with a carbon tax at $30 a ton. Maybe at 100 they will. So we'll have to get there over time. One of the advantages that Ontario saw, frankly, is that they can buy credits from California. So you can reach outside your own provincial economy and tap into somebody else's system. Now, frankly, I worry about that because I'm not sure we're starting from a level playing field. I think Ontario taxpayers may have a hard time when they understand that firms are basically being incented to use their money to go outside to buy credits rather than changing their own behavior. And I do think we should be looking for solutions within our own jurisdiction. There's also going to be an income impact, as there was with sales taxes, where low-income consumers and people in rural communities, the disadvantaged, will pay a higher price. And most of the research indicates that low-income people consume more carbon simply because they have to spend that money. And same thing when it comes to sectors, competitive issues. BC, for example, has given the carbon tax back to the cement sector because they were facing the prospect of firms importing cement from the US where there was no carbon price in place. Now, having set those out as sort of disadvantages, I also think that smart people can find solutions. I think you could find a solution whereby you give a rebate, an added rebate to low-income consumers. We have the HST tax credit, for example, where people earning less than $30,000 a year basically don't pay the GST because the federal government gives them the money back to the tax system. So there are ways to address income issues and competitiveness issues if we're prepared to put our thinking caps on and be a little bit innovative in how we do it. What about cap and trade? No, cap and trade, I would argue, is a regulation because, frankly, some bureaucrats in Queen's Park are going to set the limit by sector for the Ontario producers of carbon. They'll decide who gets the free permits as well, and there will be free permits. In Quebec, for example, about 20% of GDP is not covered by the cap and trade system. There are producers, some of them doing things like oil refineries, gasoline distributors, who may not be sort of feeling the full impact of the cap and trade system. And then the price is set by a trading of permits between those within the system. So the more efficient producers, people that move faster on the innovation curve, can sell their permits to other people. And that sets the price. But it's basically a permit. And we probably shouldn't really call it a pricing mechanism. The price is kind of second to the setting of the other permit. Now, it does increase the likelihood that a given province or jurisdiction is going to hit their declared targets. You can do it by fiat. You can say that our emissions will be no more than X. And Alberta is basically doing that now. Alberta is going to roll out kind of a two-tier carbon pricing system where they're going to price gasoline at the pump. So the consumers will pay a price. We'll pay it on vehicle fuels, on home fuels as consumers. But they're also going to set a quantitative limit on oil production. At, I think it's 100 million megatons or some big number like that. But cap it and then have trading and then have a tax of $20 a ton for any emissions beyond that. So there's this kind of a blended system, and shows you the challenges that a province like Alberta is going to have, where they're both trying to address the consumer, but also address, a heavy hydrocarbon production, oil and gas production sector of their economy. But if you do cap and trade, you can by fiat set your limit on emissions. Most effective sectors will be given free permits. That's good and bad. That allows them to adapt, but it also means that they're still emitting as they were before. You can integrate with other systems. Now, I guess we're still going to see whether the California, Quebec, Ontario systems can actually integrate. You've got issues on exchange rate. The California system had a little problem earlier this year where their price dropped almost to zero. There weren't enough things being put on the market. They seem to be getting through it now. There's also a legal challenge in California about whether that is a tax, which should have gone through the legislature, or whether it's a price through trading. But in theory, if we had a North American cap and trade system, you would allow people to buy and sell permits across jurisdictions. And of course, as I mentioned, you can buy credits from outside. So you can mitigate the impact on your local economy by buying credits from outside. But of course, there's disadvantages in cap and trade. It's likely going to be much less efficient economically, so there'll be a more negative impact on the local economy than you would have had through carbon pricing. It's complex, it's opaque. I do this for a living, and I have a hard time explaining the Quebec or Ontario system. Clearly, you'll have to build up a bureaucracy, and there will be a matter of, there will be some control from Queen's Park or Quebec City. Carbon pricing is actually a secondary feature within this closed system. The market itself may underperform. In Europe, for example, the EU cap and trade market basically collapsed over the last 2 years. There wasn't enough demand for the permits on an ongoing basis to set a price. So what are they going to do as a fallback? They may well have to go back to carbon pricing directly as the way. And of course, there's still going to be income effects. Low-income consumers are still going to have to buy heating fuel for their homes or pay it within their rent. Rural consumers as well will still get affected. So the same sort of issues you saw in terms of distributional impacts for a carbon tax apply within a cap and trade system. Okay, before I go on, I just thought I'd stop here, see whether there's any feedback, questions, commentary. If you got a really good arm, you can throw something, although it's quite good at dodgeball, so I can probably dodge projectiles. But I have a feeling that this is kind of aligning with a lot of the thinking. So I've got actually 4 or 5 hands. Is there a microphone?
Thank you so much. This is really, really interesting.
How am I doing so far?
You're doing great.
Okay.
Question for me, which I seem to be obsessed with, is the comprehension, just the range, how much is covered with under a carbon tax or a carbon price. And with the national carbon fee, it's great that the government wants a rising fee, like a backstop. It's perfect. But what if you get a case like in British Columbia, 70% of the economy is covered? It looks like they're going to be taxing LNG, which is great.
Yep.
We want it at the wellhead, we want it at the point of import, but what if you have a case like Ontario or Quebec, well, especially Ontario, that's just, say, taxing or its policy is applied to industry, it's very limited. And then you have like British Columbia that's much more comprehensive. Like, how does the government square that?
I think the way I was actually going to talk about the federal system next, but maybe I'll anticipate a little bit. The answer is the feds have kind of blinked a little bit and allow each province to set its own targets going forward. So let's say 30% reduction in emissions by 2030, and let the province work it out. So we haven't really resolved that issue, but let's come back and talk about that within the federal system, because they have kind of shot a first salvo. What their hope is, but really giving it back to the provinces to set targets and even giving the money back to provinces. We haven't squared the circle yet on that. This is going to be a movable feast. This is a moving target that's, I would argue, is going to move for 20 years. As we experiment, as we try things out, as we make mistakes, as we make adjustments. But excellent question. And a lot of the carbon pricing discussion is around consumption, right? It's purely on the consumption side. But as the BC minister pointed out, as Alberta's already anticipated in their model, and as your question raises, there's emissions through production as well. And what's the target? What's the standard? Should we be aiming to be the best in the world at producing oil and gas, for example, knowing that there's going to be oil and gas demand in China, in India for the next 30 to 50 years? Is that good enough as a target? But I think can we talk further about that when we go through the federal space?
Hi, thank you. Great discussion. Point of clarification. Did you say that lower income people had a higher carbon footprint?
Yes.
That is not what CCL usually...
Not a higher footprint so much as a higher share of their spend is spent on carbon. And in fact, I'll show you, so I've got some data. I'll go through the ecofiscal research on this. Yeah, that does make sense. Of course, because they consume less, therefore their footprint will be smaller. I probably have an obscenely high footprint, frankly. No, but I do buy offset credits when I fly in Air Canada, so at least I'm trying to do something.
Hi, Glen. My name's Andy Blair. I'm from Halifax. First, I'd like.
And your province is going through real challenges right now, right?
Let me talk about that.
Okay, go ahead.
So first, I'd like to thank you and the Ecofiscal Commission for all the research you guys have been doing. I think Joanne here, who's been working in Halifax for 5 years now, talking to most of the MLAs, the environment minister, the finance minister, many of the ministers, and you know that your research has been part of the package that we usually give them, and some of the evidence, including that of the some local government reports like the Broughton report, the One Nova Scotia report, the Ivany report, and many other, recommending the same thing that your report did.
And one of our commissioners is Halifax-based. Elizabeth Beale was the head of the Atlantic Provinces Economic Council for 20 years, and so she's our Atlantic voice.
Right.
And
so Elizabeth
Beale,
Beale,
solid conservative economist, by the way.
Yes, I know. I'm familiar with Elizabeth, and in fact, we're good friends with one another economist who's the head of the Department of Economics at Dalhousie, Lars Osberg, who produced a report on carbon pricing that we also gave to the government, recommending essentially the same thing as CCL is recommending, a revenue-neutral upstream price on carbon with revenues dividended to Nova Scotians. Yes. So my question is, in your report, I think it was called The Way Forward. You recommended different pricing mechanisms for revenue recycling for different provinces and for Nova Scotia.
And I was going to get to that, but thank you for raising it. You guys are doing a great job anticipating the rest of the talk, by the way.
Thanks. So you recommended that household transfers or dividends should be a high priority for Nova Scotia because of our particular mix of a large portion of low and fixed income households, and personal and corporate income tax cuts would also be a significant priority as well, where the lowest priority should be given to public debt reduction and general revenues for the from the collection of those fees. Now, despite all this evidence, I guess just this past week, Premier Stephen McNeil has announced that he's going to go instead of with a carbon tax, but with a cap and trade system where the largest emitters in our province, which is for coal-fired power plants for electricity production, producing about half of all our emissions, would be exempted essentially from any price on carbon and get an exemption from the shutdown, the 2030 shutdown date. So my question to you is, did you end up talking to the finance minister in Nova Scotia?
I have talked to officials in Nova Scotia a number of times. We were not consulted directly on the decision of the government. I think we have to kind of take the loaf one slice at a time. I mean, it's a step forward. It's not what I would have recommended. It's not what Ecofiscal did recommend in our report, but at least we have them now as part of the conversation. And I would hope that all three parties in Nova Scotia would now accept the fact that carbon pricing or dealing with greenhouse gas emissions is an important policy instrument, and you can develop your policy over time. So they dipped their toe in the pond. You're absolutely right. When you carve out the biggest source of emissions, give them a free pass, that's not very good public policy. But at the same time, we saw Minister McKenna come out the last week and basically say we're going to shut down all coal-fired power plants over the next 15 years. Nova Scotia was part of that. Was not? Well, that's unfortunate, isn't it? Because in Alberta, it's interesting how the Alberta government is now being, I was going to say bribe, but that's not the right word, making inducement payments to the coal-fired producers in Alberta to help them transition away from coal towards gas as an interim. And that, to me, seems like a pretty good real-world policy that maybe Nova Scotia can learn from the Alberta experience, from what Ontario's done. We'll watch Saskatchewan as well, because Saskatchewan's got the same challenges. So let's say that that's the first step on a very long journey that Nova Scotia is going to have to go through. But I hear you.
Last question. Okay. Hi, Glen. I'm Katerina Lindman from Waterloo, Ontario. Thanks very much for your talk. I'm glad that you're kind of happy that we're sort of making some transitions and some starts, and we're going to kind of work it out over 50 years or whatever. But I'm also worried that, in order to do that 1.5 degree thing and keep our planet safe, that we really have to ramp down our emissions really quickly. So what do you think about that?
We're looking for the balance point, I would argue, between what is technologically feasible, what can be absorbed by our economy, and what the public will vote for. And, just look what's happened the last year in terms of pushback against globalization around the world. The Brexit vote, the vote of Mr. Trump. The public are very unhappy right now. And we have to think really hard about their capacity to absorb change. I mean, I agree with you entirely. I too worry about whether we can actually attain our targets. I think the 80-50 target may not be doable, frankly. We may not have the wherewithal to come together, knowing that at times in the past we've actually been able to. I mean, look at the response of Canadians during World War II, where we created the fourth biggest army in the world out of nothing and responded very quickly. But we really are kind of searching right now for the right balancing act between all those. I think identifying the sort of ambitious goals is a really important starting point. Looking at best-in-class behavior is also really important. Looking at what the Germans are doing, the Danes who are almost entirely now off the grid in terms of fossil fuels. The Brits are 10 years ahead of us. So we want to keep looking to best-in-class behavior and having the discussions like this over and over and over again on the policy options, but also try and find a pace of adaptation the public will actually vote for. Even having opposition leaders in Ontario and maybe a conservative leadership convention where people talk about carbon price, I think is a real step ahead. I think actually expanding the conversation so that all of our political leaders are prepared to talk about this. But I have the same concern you do. I'm afraid that adaptations are going to have to become more and more important. So I went to Miami in August, which is not a good idea because it was incredibly hot. Miami's going to be underwater in 20 years. You can see it. You can see it happening already. East Coast cities, you think about coastal areas around the world, which are going to be inundated at some point. And we already are having the extreme weather events. So the evidence is there. It's almost a question of how do we build public support for the kind of changes that we have to see happen. And that's why conversation, I think, around carbon price, where you give the dividend back as a way to build support, is a really important sort of building block in the low carbon policies. Now do I really only have 10 minutes? Wow, I was having way too much fun. Okay, so I'm going to go fairly quickly. through the balance of this. Who sets the price? Well, the provinces get out ahead of the feds. Back to the excellent question here. The feds are playing catch up. Manitoba and Nova Scotia are developing policies. We're not all the way there yet. And the feds, so here's what the feds announced. $10 ton floor price 2018, rising to $50 in 2022. Their goal is to have the 30% emissions reduction targets met in 2030 using price. They're basically going to allow, though, so that's kind of defining the minimum conditions. And then they're fudging it, frankly. They're letting each province define what they're going to do, either through cap and trade or through carbon pricing, to meet their targets within the province. So you're either going to, so it's kind of allowing people to go through a learning process right now, I would argue. We don't really have a federal standard. This is, and appreciate folks, we're living in a very complex country. There's a reason why the Constitution ends up in almost every conversation I have in Canada, because we have shared jurisdiction in a federation. And that's why the feds will give the money back. They don't want another NEP. People in Alberta still talk about the National Energy Program, taking money out for Ottawa to spend rather than returning it. So this is, again, it's the first stage. It's the federal government introducing an idea, knowing that not even all the provinces are there yet. Like Saskatchewan's not there yet. Grant Wall thinks that his investment in Boundary Dam, and again, there's a very good piece on the board at the back, is the right response because he's worried about job loss in Saskatchewan. I personally think it's a very expensive way to capture carbon. Estimates right now is about $150 a ton. So it's much more expensive. But so we're at the beginning of a national conversation. I think to your question, you're absolutely right. The better way to do it would be to have a national standard, a pan-Canadian standard, agreement on the targets, agreement on the instruments, and go about it that way. But we're a complex federation. We often can't get there through a direct route. And as the BC minister said, Minister Polak said, sometimes you have to skate back and forth, trying to make progress as you're skating along. So we really are at the beginning. And by the way, that was all the detail in the federal plan. That was it. That's all I could find on the Finance Canada website in terms of the plan. Details to follow. So things like administration, how to actually give the money back, still to come. Key issue, stringency. The rule of thumb that we use is $10 a ton is 2 cents at the gas pump. So we're going to have to get a much higher carbon price to really bite into people's decisions as consumers. How far you're going to drive, what vehicle you buy, how you're going to heat your home, the design of your community. But again, we're at the beginning of the beginning. We've now set a floor price rising to 50 by 2022. We may well have to get to 100 or 150 before things really bite. We plan to do an eco-fiscal study on this in the near future to actually look at the impact and sort of estimate the slope of the demand curve and how much people will change their behavior at different pricing points to get to a point where we can meet our 2030 or 2050 targets. Consumption versus production, we've talked about that a bit. It's easy, frankly, to tax consumers on energy they consume. Taxing business on production is much harder because then you get into competitive issues. But imagine if, as a BC minister said, they are trying to become the most efficient LNG producer in the world. Is that the right target? What about Alberta saying they want to be the most efficient oil producer in the world in terms of carbon emissions, knowing that this is not a local issue, this is a global issue. And I think the BC example is really pertinent where if BC, by producing natural gas, selling it to the Chinese to burn instead of coal, which reduces emission per each gigajoule of energy by about 40%, that may be the smart global solution, even though it doesn't look like really good policy for British Columbia. It looks inconsistent with their own goals as a province. But those are some of the real world trade-offs we'll have to produce, because if we don't answer those questions, are we going to allow the Saudis or the Russians to produce energy and be the ones selling to the world? Those are the kind of hard real world questions that our governments are going through right now. Exceptions and exemptions, we've already talked about people being exempt from the cap and trade systems. We don't even know who's going to be exempt in Ontario. We do know that in BC, the cement sector is being rebated their entire carbon tax because that would allow them to compete with American exporters to Canada of cement who aren't paying any carbon tax at all. And then there's border issues. And again, I like the piece at the back. So carbon tax at the border looks like the magic solution to creating a more competitive environment within Canada. It may well be illegal under the World Trade Organization, a signatory. And I guess I'm worried increasingly that with the end of globalization, during the Great Depression, the contraction of world trade was one of the key drivers for a depression that lasted over a decade. And I'm a bit worried that we're right now on the slippery slope when it comes to the future of trade, the future of globalization. I agree entirely that we haven't thought anywhere near enough about people being left out, about how we can deal with the people that are losers as we open our economies up to trade and investment. We have to do more in terms of income protection. I've been an advocate for basic income for some time now to ensure that everybody in our society. God, I should be running for public office. We'll have to think about things like that, but I don't want, so much as I would like to protect Canadian industry that are now going to be pricing carbon, I don't want to do it at the disadvantage of those sectors and then end up losing jobs within Canada. So there's some really tough issues here to go through. Notice, by the way, that China has already made noises about imposing a carbon tax at the border for its imports from the US if the US withdraws from the Paris deal. So there's now, there's going to be an interesting global conversation about carbon pricing, whether it's an inhibitor or a creator of better policy going forward. These are just the Eco Commission views. We were neutral on cap and trade versus carbon tax. I'm personally not, but anyway, we decided provinces are best positioned right now to price carbon and recycle revenues when we need greater clarity on things like stringency, coordination, the like. I think we get about 3 minutes left, right? One minute left? Okay. I'm going to wrap up just by talking about our thoughts on revenue recycling, because one of your colleagues referred to Choose Wisely, one of our reports. And we looked at the issue of revenue recycling by the provinces, and these are the kind of criteria we set out: fairness, competitiveness, economic growth, actually reducing emissions and acceptability. This is the way you can recycle. I think all those things are in play, but I do think, I guess I'll close with the thought I opened with. Fundamentally, I think you're on the right theme. Carbon pricing through a carbon tax, which is revenue neutral, should be kind of the gold standard. That should be a reference point as our governments debate policy, because I think that has the greatest likelihood of public acceptance. And without the public along for the ride, we're not going to be able to take the ride going forward. And I think I've run out of time, but thanks very much for inviting me.
That was too much fun. I know it's fun. It's fun. Well, thank you very, very much. This little gift from us as well. And hopefully you'll stick around for the panel. Yeah, okay, good stuff. So thank you very much. Thank you. Pleasure. Thank you. One more time. Thank you very, very much. I like some of the information. Clean, simple, transparent, and solutions within our own jurisdictions. And once again, the reference at the end with China making basically a promise that they would tax the US at the border. It's all connected, people. It's all connected. So Laura's going to come in here and just make a short announcement.
Maybe at the same time get set up for the panel.
Go ahead. That's okay. We'll do something.
Okay, that's better. I just wanted to announce something really quickly. A lot of you might be aware of those public service announcements that CCL had that was based on crowdfunding from many of you that was in the lead up to the 2015 election and beyond. And so it's really exciting to announce that just heard that we are going to be airing those again. We have had a little bit of funding left over, and I can talk to you about that on the side. But the news is that we're going to have 5 paid spots and 40 additional airings in the month of December and in early 2017 on Sportsnet, National and Sportsnet Sportsnet 1 for hockey games. So we're going to get like the hockey crowd engaged. And so it's going to be the PSA number 2, which is the one about climate insurance, and the other one, Imagine an Era of Clean Energy Prosperity. And those ones were all based on, all these PSAs were based on Tom Rand's messaging in Waking the Frog. So be on the lookout if you watch hockey.
Thank you very much. We're going to set up for the panel discussion. However, we're going to play Maria Panezi's pre-recorded session. She could not make it today, and we're just going to set up doing that. So please sit down and listen to her because she's part of this panel discussion as well.
Hello, and thank you for the invitation to speak at this event. In this presentation, I'm going to be discussing border carbon adjustments, which is a not as well-known measure that tackles climate change. It's a rather narrow and complicated category of a measure that targets imports from other countries when there are carbon pricing mechanisms in one country. And in order to explain it a little better, the IT team at CG and I created a video that tries to give an overview of border carbon adjustments and show exactly how they work. So let us first watch this short video, and I can continue discussing the measure later.
We know that tackling climate change is a global priority. But what can be done about it? A sensible first step is for governments to hold their industries and consumers accountable for the cost of burning fossil fuels. Some governments are already doing this in various ways, but critics say carbon taxes will hurt national economies by making domestic industries less competitive and more expensive. Consumers might purchase cheaper products from countries where carbon taxes don't exist. Worse, domestic producers might relocate their production to countries with lower environmental standards. Consider two toys that look and work the same, but one is made locally with environmentally friendly processes and materials, and the other is very carbon intensive and imported into our market. Should consumers be enticed to purchase the cheaper, dirtier product? How can we encourage industries and consumers to choose products that take the environment into account? One answer is to ensure that imported products pay for their carbon footprint, just like domestic products, through a mechanism known as border carbon adjustments. From a business perspective, these border carbon adjustments would ensure that it's not just domestic producers who need to be accountable for their carbon emissions, but everyone else wishing to access our markets. For the 162 countries who are members of the World Trade Organization, border carbon adjustments have the added bonus of being compatible with countries' international trade obligations. The WTO's predecessor, the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade, which was signed in 1947, has pushed for the elimination of tariffs in the pursuit of free trade among its members. But the GATT included important clauses for countries to stray from their original commitments in exceptional circumstances. And Clause G of Article 20, as it pertains to exhaustible natural resources, is one of those clauses that can be used for the environment. For consumers, raising the price of carbon-intensive products incentivizes them to drift away from such commodities towards environment-friendly products. As the regulator of international trade, the World Trade Organization should applaud these efforts and embrace them by showing everyone this approach is legal. With tax revenues gained through border carbon adjustments, national governments could look to fund innovative environmental projects for their citizens while helping build a clean global economy. Read CG's research on border carbon adjustments by visiting cgonline.org/bordercarbon.
Carbon pricing is not as unpopular as it used to be. It used to be the case that very few outlier subnationals had like British Columbia had adopted carbon pricing mechanisms in the last few years. But since the Paris Agreement, carbon pricing has gained a lot of momentum and has started trending. So initiatives like the Western Climate Initiative that now has 3 members, Quebec, Ontario, and California, or the Carbon Pricing Leadership Coalition, a very interesting consortium of actors, including governments, ministries, companies, and individuals, carbon clubs, and other types of initiatives have been put forward in order to remedy the underpricing of carbon emissions. The national initiatives are very interesting because they've been developing in the last few months, and in particular in Canada, the Prime Minister announced that his government would be moving forward with a carbon pricing plan. This also is being complemented by the private sector involvement. That is a very promising point, because corporations that have a lot of emissions and that have contingency plans on how to deal with a carbon pricing scenario wait for governments to take this first step in order to put in place their contingency plans and to address the issue from their part. So what are border carbon adjustments? They're measures that are there to address mainly three things. The first one is leakage. When leakage can occur in two ways. The first one is when a company gets targeted as a company that has to pay a carbon tax. They might decide to relocate and go and produce somewhere where they're not subject to that tax anymore. The other side of leakage is for the consumer. When the consumer is confronted with two identical products, one of which is more expensive because it's subject to a carbon tax, they might gravitate towards the cheaper, unaccountable for its carbon emissions product. The second way border carbon adjustments work is fairness. It's the idea that we are doing something about it, our companies are doing something about it, our industries are doing something about it, but the foreign industries that are coming in are doing nothing. So something has to be done for those imports that are coming in. And the third rationale behind it is the more general idea of creating a clean market, of creating a clean economy altogether. And in order to do that, you not only have to target your domestic industries, but basically all the products that circulate in your country. So it's been announced that in Canada, there will be a carbon price at $10 per ton of CO2, rising by $10 each year to $50 per ton by 2022. And regardless of whether we think that's a good price or not, it is what it is, and hopefully the government will move forward with that. And how do border carbon adjustments fall into place? I often describe them as an attachment policy, which is almost like a remote control, what a remote control is to a TV. You can have a TV, you can use it, and that's your carbon price. You don't need a remote control necessarily to have a television, and it will do its job to a certain extent. But the remote control will make your life a lot easier. However, you cannot have a functional remote control without a television. So you always need a domestic carbon pricing policy before you have a border carbon adjustment. That is very important. There cannot be a border carbon adjustment without a national carbon price. Now, another important thing to bear in mind is that there may be a lot of types of environmental regulations and standards and different policies that can be put in place for certain products. A border carbon adjustment is just money. So there has to be a price that's monetary on a product that's domestically produced for that to be adjusted at the border for the identical product that's coming from another country. And that would be only a monetary impact. If we were talking about labeling, if we were talking about regulatory measures and standards that are imposed in other products, we're no longer talking about border carbon adjustments. The adjustment being a subcategory of a general category called border tax adjustments is there as a monetary measure and a monetary measure alone. And it's very important to bear that in mind. This is what we're talking about. An attachment policy that has a purely monetary nature. It's purely monetary in nature. And they're helpful in what way? First of all, they would address leakage because the relative position of domestic companies wouldn't change if a border carbon adjustment is in place. The foreign counterparts, the foreign competitors would be equally burdened by having to be accountable for the carbon emissions. And the consumer wouldn't have to deal with that choice either. This would be particularly important for energy-intensive trade-exposed industries. The more trade-exposed you are, the more important this measure becomes to you. But there's also other affected industries that would benefit from this measure. And finally, there are political reasons that make this measure a lot more plausible. You realize that your economy retains some stability after the carbon pricing. That's very important. And this is, again, moving towards the creation of the clean Canadian market, the environmentally and economically sustainable. And there is finally the hope that your trading partners, meaning other countries, seeing that, will start adopting carbon pricing mechanisms so they keep their products accountable. And this way we avoid the whole border carbon adjustment idea altogether. If everyone agrees on a carbon price, then it doesn't need to be adjusted. All of similar products will be burdened in an equal fashion. Now, why is this not as easy to implement? Why haven't we done this already? If this was a measure, if any measure that affects only domestic products is perfectly okay. Governments are allowed to regulate their domestic industries any way they wish. However, when you try to regulate imports and products coming from other countries, there are commitments that Canada has assumed before the WTO. And those commitments make it more difficult, and sometimes, depending on what you want to adopt, make it not possible to regulate foreign products before you honor your WTO commitments. And you basically, as a country, you get in trouble. You have to go through litigation if you violate those WTO rules. Now, the WTO has been portrayed a little bit as a villain in this story, in the sense that it's portrayed as an organization that doesn't have the environmental sensitivities or the grasp on what's currently happening in the world, which is to do something about climate change. But then, if we examine this a little further, the WTO is trying to eliminate discrimination on products and eliminate protectionism. So based on that, we're going to look exactly how these measures should be designed in order to be WTO compatible. There are two types of things that legislators need to bear in mind when they design these measures. The border carbon adjustments. First one, the measures have to survive an economic test. The economic test means that two identical products, one of them being domestically produced, that has, for example, 10 cents on the product, has to be taxed. That when you tax the foreign product, you have to tax it with exactly the same amount of money, 10 cents on the product or less. You can't tax it more. If it's a like domestic product, it can only be equivalent to or not in excess of the domestic tax. In other words, you can't give a leg up to your domestic industry by giving it a cheaper price. If it's carbon emissions you're targeting, you target them exactly the same way, exactly in a fair manner, if the products are identical. Now, because we're talking about carbon emissions and because we're talking about measures that are not as easy to implement, how do we exactly calculate this? What do we exactly do? The likelihood of some discrepancies, of some kind of glitches in the system is not insignificant. So if the economic test fails, and if somehow a product is being slightly negatively impacted, that's an import, there is still another test. There's still another safety net in the WTO to allow countries to regulate these products. And that safety net is a policy test. And it comes into Article 20 of the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade. And what does it say? It says that perhaps you can slightly deviate. Slightly deviate is a way that I'm describing a lot of tests that have been designed for this. You can slightly deviate for a policy reason, such as the conservation of exhaustible natural resources, which is the WTO article that applies to this. And there are other reasons that you could deviate for. Human life is one of them. Animal life and plant life and health are very legitimate reasons that the WTO recognizes as reasons for countries to regulate products, even if it doesn't quite fit the economic test. So that's important to bear in mind, that those two tests that happen in sequence can allow for these measures to exist if a country follows those particular guidelines. Now, generally, what does a legislator need to keep in mind? There needs to be a strong indication of even-handedness. There can't be any arbitrary or unjustifiable discrimination. Similar conditions have to apply both in Canada and the affected country. It can't be a disguised restriction on international trade. And the country can always strengthen their case by being revenue positive, by using that money for an environmental purpose. Practically, what does that mean? Usually what I say, practically, this means picking up the phone. You talk to your trading partners. You try to find ways to avoid coming to the border carbon adjustment solution by agreeing to common carbon pricing. If that happens, then you don't need a border carbon adjustment. But if it doesn't, you've shown the goodwill that you were willing to actually negotiate, try to find solutions and whatnot. And Canada has been doing its part to a very large extent in trying to find those solutions. Also having a due process at the border, giving importers the opportunity to say, this was not produced with carbon at all, or this was produced with half the carbon. Having those mechanisms in place is very important. And why the revenue positivity? The revenue positivity is important because it brings the measure full circle. It shows this is not here to protect my industry. It's here for the environment. And all the money I will collect from it, or some of the money I will collect from it, I will put back into environmental protection. I will put back to an infrastructure to create public transportation systems that are more efficient and less environmentally costly. I will put this back into helping companies transition into environmentally friendly ways. It's all about my carbon emissions. It doesn't have to do with protecting an industry. For smaller countries that may think, how can we do this? How can we do this to our trading partners? How can we face countries like Brazil, in the US, and the European Union with those trade volumes? We're going to be crushed. Our commerce will be crushed if we try to do this. I like to think of Gulliver's Travels when I think of that, and how he was tied down by many little men and women, people there. So the idea of the many nations holding the larger ones accountable and moving forward that way, the idea of tying down giants is a very attractive one. Once some countries start, others will follow suit, and at the end of the day, you need this coalition of countries, and then one big country following suit will be enough to tip the system over to a consistent carbon pricing mechanism. Finally, why is it necessary to have a national carbon price in order to have border carbon adjustments? There's a complicated WTO legal test, which you can basically, I could explain further, or you could read my paper on this. However, if you think about it normatively, the answer is this. First, you do what you can domestically. You have to clean up your domestic industry. You have to make your provinces talk to each other, figure out solutions domestically before you start pointing fingers outside. The WTO and its rules reflects this mentality and says you can't have Ontario not have a carbon price and then only apply it as far as British Columbia is concerned, because you have one border. That's the idea. So it would be discrimination if we didn't have a national carbon price. It doesn't mean that the national carbon price has to be the same across the board. It means that every province has to have something, and then we can adjust to the minimum common denominator, and that would still be WTO compatible. That's also very important to bear in mind. Finally, how would the WTO profit from this? What does the WTO have to do with it? Well, the WTO has not approved these measures yet. They have not been litigated. They've never been in existence anywhere. And environmental measures are a little bit of a thorny issue because they fall into this category of process and production methods, which means elements that are not incorporated into the product, but things that happen while the product is in production. So those are a little unclear. The environmental ones have been gaining a bit more traction than other types of process and production methods. But it's time for the WTO to come out of its little shell and its Doha deadlock and its own problems, and embrace the 21st century problems that other organizations seem to be embracing far more adequately. So instead of business as usual, which was what's happened in the last WTO ministerial, we can have business as urgent as we had during the Paris negotiations. And that euphoria of doing something together as a global community will transpire into the WTO if they take these measures very seriously. Whether that's going to happen or not, we're not sure. But for Canada, taking these measures and starting a border carbon adjustment process will be a great idea to be a front runner, a first adopter for measures that might be the measures of the next decade and the measures of the future. And of course, dealing with a very important issue such as the underpricing of carbon and climate change is a great cause for any country to have. Thank you very much.
Just a bit of information. Maria Panezi is a postdoctoral fellow with CIGI International Law Research Program, and she holds a PhD in law from Osgoode Hall Law School at York University, where she wrote her dissertation on transparency in the World Trade Organization. Our two other panelists are coming up is Mr. David Robertson, who is no stranger to many of you. He teaches economics at Laurentian University and is director of the Institute for Northern Ontario Research and Development. He's best known in Northern Ontario for columns in Northern Ontario Business, a magazine that focuses on the Northern economics issues, and for frequent media interviews and appearances on TVO's Agenda with Steve Paikin. Dr. Robinson has been truly generous of his time and wisdom, has shared with CCL Canada. This is the 4th CCL event Dr. Robinson has been a part of with us. In addition, he provides sage advice to our national director from time to time, and we are grateful for all that he has shared with us. David, where's David? We lose David. Hey? You're going to go first, eh? Oh, is that all right? Okay. So you're going to kill time for me? Well, Ross Astoria is coming in to do, you're doing the time discussion, okay. Ross Astoria is a professor of political science and law. He teaches undergraduate courses in public law, philosophy, and policy. He researches and publishes on climate policy. He's been a CCL volunteer for 5 years and is presently serving as chair of the board for Citizens Climate Lobby. His recent publications include Design of an International Trade Law Compliant Carbon Border Tax Adjustment. Let me say that again. Design of an International Trade Law Compliant Carbon Border Tax Adjustment. Did I say that right? Was the emphasis there? It rolls off. It really rolls off the tongue. Thank you very much, Ross.
Hi, everybody. There's a little bit of a chaos on the bridge. I sent my slideshow, but apparently they didn't arrive. So, Yanick, are we going to be able to put those up, or should I just wing it? All right. Since I'm winging it, should I do the "I just flew in from the United States and boy, are my arms tired" joke? Is that? Sorry. All right, so I'm going to do what I can to win it. So let me say a couple things about myself first, because I am, at least until June, and maybe a little longer, serving as chair of the board of directors for Citizens Climate Lobby. So I'm kind of the boss, which is really to think about. And it's also really difficult to think about policy given the recent election, and it's also really difficult to think about policy in Canada, partially because I'm on the other side of the border, but partially because the policy landscape is fluid. It looks like even people who pay close attention to what the provinces are doing don't exactly know everything that's going on. It should be Astoria. So I'm filling all the time. So I'm a professor at the University of Wisconsin, at Parkside, which is about halfway between Milwaukee and Chicago. For those of you who know where that is, that's Paul Ryan's district. So Paul Ryan was Speaker of the House, recently reelected. We were on the Hill the day that happened. And we had a lot of meetings that day. And I can tell you, I'm pretty sure no one really knows what's going to happen on the policy frame, at least a week ago. So very, very good. The Clean Power Plan, which is the United States mitigation plan right now, is completely up in the air. A lot of people think it's dead. I think it's a little bit more difficult than just saying that. But from the United States end of stuff, the argument that carbon tax is more efficient and a better policy than regulation, I'm not sure we're going to find any traction there at this particular moment. And at that time, I was programming a course on environmental policy, and I spent 2 days to do one policy, one for Canada and one for Germany. And then I read the science, and I looked at the steepness of the mitigation trajectories we were facing, and I went, oh my God, this is the only thing that I need to be thinking about the rest of my life. And so from then on, I've just been doing carbon policy. And about that same time, a woman named called from Madison, Wisconsin, and she said, "Hi, we're logging in Congress. Do you want to come?" And that sounds great. Let's do it. And so that first year, it was the second year, we lobbied. There are 85 of us there. And now there are international Congress, there are about 1,000 people. And there are about 50,000 CCL volunteers nationwide. And so this time I've probably put in about 2,000 hours of some sort of research on international trade law or domestic utility policy that has to do with how carbon tax will interact with pre-existing policy. And one thing I'd like you to know that's going on is from the 2 days prior to the international conference in June, I am putting together an advanced policy summer camp. And looking for about 100 students, and looking for about 8 faculty members, and the content stuff, so that citizens, climate lobbies, advocates can find strategic and effective modes of promoting greenhouse policy, especially over the next 4 years. So part of that curriculum will be an international component. So we'll ask exactly what is going on in China. The Public Service Commission in Nebraska, and they get that question. They can say, "Here's what China's doing to mitigate. Here's what Canada is doing to mitigate." And on the domestic side, we'll look at what the states are doing, what municipalities are doing domestically. Am I getting there? I'm running out of time. Okay, so I'm start running from this.
Would you like to start asking questions on Maria's presentation until Yanick gets that going?
How long you got?
I don't know if I can do this.
You can read this one, at least, right?
Yes, you can bring it.
Can it be broadcast? Okay. So
well, it can be broadcast, but it can't be put on local screens.
So let me say a couple things about international trade law compliance. Nobody, just communication that happens once in a while. All right, so the main international agreement that we are concerned with is the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade. It's a treaty. I have a slide right here.
But I mean, you're on the screen.
Oh,
your slide's on.
Once again, humanity, technology. All right, so this is. So here, this is a longer talk. That's usually about 40 minutes. I'm going to now do it in 10. So the main treaty here we're talking about is the General Agreement on Trade and Tariffs, the GATT, first signed in 1947, and then made part of the World Trade Organization framework in 1994 through the Marrakesh Agreement. One part of the General Agreement on Trade and Tariffs is tariffs. So, as Glenn mentioned, the use of tariffs to hinder global trade was one of the probably the great causes of World War II. So the GATT attempts to discipline countries' use of tariffs so as to not generate political conflict. One important thing to think about with the border tax adjustment is tariffs and border tax adjustment are different things. Legally speaking. So depending on your audience, you might want to say, make sure you use the word tariff when you're talking about tariffs and border tax adjustments when you're talking about border tax adjustments. And what this slide is the harmonized tariff schedule for the United States. This is very important to talk about, but I'm skipping it now. Another that we're interested in is Article 1 of the GATT, the most favored nation clause, and there's a lot of very interesting verbiage in here, but the kind of the central aspect of this is if I'm a country and I'm a member of the World Trade Organization and I have a policy with respect to one country, I have to have that same policy with respect to every other country that is a member of the World Trade Organization. So if I'm in the United States and I have a tariff on steel for imports from, say, Italy, that tariff has to be the exact same or no worse off than the same tariff on China. So I can't charge a different tariff rate for imports of steel from Italy and imports of steel from China. Okay, so kind of attempting to build some sort of level playing field here with respect to tariffs and other policies that affect trade. The most favored nation, and that's a kind of an odd phrase, but it means most favored nation with respect to countries that aren't signatory to the GATT, more or less favored nations with respect to trade. Okay, national treatment, and the national, again, a lot of fun verbiage here, but the heart of the national treatment standard is if I have a policy, a domestic policy, that policy has to be the same for imports. So if I have a excise tax on steel in the United States, that's whatever, $5 a ton of steel for rolled steel, then that sales tax has to be the same for imports from China, for instance. Okay, so let me summarize most favored nation and national treatment. That is kind of the domestic policy of every country that is signatory to the GATT is supposed to have an even and level playing field with the domestic policies of every other country that is signatory to the GATT. Maria mentioned GATT Article 20, and this is general exceptions, and you can see some of the verbiage here that we might have to rely upon if a border tax adjustment was found to be non-compliant with most favored nation or national treatment, necessary to protect human health, animal or plant life or health, and then relating to the conservation of exhaustible natural resources. And for my own 2 cents, I think you want to design a border tax adjustment that is compliant with most favored nation and national treatment, and hopefully not have to get to the general exceptions. I'm going to skip the consultation and arbitration process. I'm going to skip custom unions and free trade areas, except to note that NAFTA, which is Canada, the United States, and Mexico, is kind of in a weird position right now. So this is really why it's hard thinking about policy. I've spoken to a couple of the manufacturers in my local area, and they make tractors. And one thing that really caught my attention with those discussions is they think of their operations in terms of the free trade area. So I was talking about, do you manufacture here? Do you manufacture there? And they're like, yeah, we have manufacturing operations in the NAFTA area. They didn't say in Canada, in Mexico, in the United States. So they think of it as kind of a harmonious economic union. What's that going to mean when I don't think you can tear NAFTA up, but Lord knows what's going to happen here. It's really difficult to try to think about. And so here are the points I think to note with respect to a border adjustment on carbon. No tax, a border tax adjustment cannot be in excess of whatever the domestic pricing is. The border tax adjustment can treat the imported article no less favorably than domestic. Than the light domestic product. And most carbon tax legislation distinguishes between emission-intensive trade-exposed products and fossil fuels. And then what it does is identifies the carbon dioxide content of the fossil fuel, and that's the prospective greenhouse gas emissions from combusting that fossil fuel. And then it identifies the embodied greenhouse gas emissions of the energy-intensive trade-exposed article, which is often called the carbon footprint. And then you apply the domestic tax rate to the embedded emissions of the product or the fossil fuel greenhouse gases. So one thing to note here is you do have to do what is called a footprint. I don't know if that's the best metaphor for describing these things, but to comply with the no in excess requirement, you have to be taxing the greenhouse gas emissions rather than the product. And then you need some system for crediting imported countries' mitigation efforts. All right, so this is a slide, and what this slide shows is California's effort to quantify the grams of emissions per megajoule of energy in the crude oils that are burned in California. And I like to show this slide because I think what it shows us is that we have been in fact keeping track of the embedded emissions of fossil fuels. So just to note a couple here, the Albion Heavy Synthetic from Canada has carbon emissions of 21 grams per megajoule, so that's probably a bitumen. And then a little further down, you get the Cock Alberta, 7.6 gram megajoules of emissions per megajoule. So the point here is this is the surface document, but beneath this, I think we've tracked all the information we need to find the emissions of fossil fuels. Identifying carbon-intensive products is done by trying to find the amount of energy costs that are attributable to a product, and 5 or 10% are the ordinary cutoffs. So if more than 5 or 10% of the cost of your product is attributed to energy, then it meets the first metric, and then the second metric is what percentage of your product is traded in international trade, and that's usually 15%. You can change those metrics if you want, and so a carbon-intensive or energy-intensive trade-exposed good is a good that is heavily traded and has high energy requirements. And here you get a lot of your ordinary suspects like steel and aluminum, but you also get weird stuff like malt manufacturing. And then you need a mechanism for crediting other countries' mitigation efforts. And then most carbon tax legislation has a mechanisms for suspending the border tax adjustment, which is, I think, what you want to do when the importing country has something like comparable or equivalent mitigation efforts in place. So if you talk to Danny Rector, he says, you need one of these, but you never want to use it. What you want to do is you want to put it up and then have other countries make their mitigation efforts. Okay. So sorry about the hassle. Let me sit there.
Absolutely. Yeah. So thank you very much. That was good. Don't you love to work under pressure? Isn't it great? You do, eh? David, you're up next.
Gray computer. Gray computer. Yeah, you don't want to fit up there.
The slides are on the gray computer. And this we can pick away. Okay. How do I flip it? Just press the right button. Can we put it up on here so I can see it a little bit? Just press that. Well, hello.
So you've just heard something that is actually news. Over the last 10 years, legal theorists have been looking at the WTO legislations, and they have come to the conclusion that we can do it. That's the substance of what you just heard. We can do it. So let me tell you some things that you might like to know about border tax adjustment. We're going to start with something you all know. The first single most important action in a Canadian climate policy is pricing carbon. There's lots of other important things. The single most important thing is pricing carbon. Prices give a signal, as Glen said. The signal has to be clear, it has to be strong, and the only signal that's clear is a very high price. Very high. So we have to announce we're going to a very high price. The sooner we make that announcement, the better. The large majority of economists mean that high means $100 a ton. I'm being conservative here. I think the consensus has moved to well over $100 a ton, possibly 200 now. Glen said 150. Soon. Okay. Our federal government has actually done a really good job of saying we're going up $10 a year for 5 years, but that only points in the right direction. We need to know that we're getting to a 150 in a reasonable length of time, because that's the signal we need. Okay, we also, economists now generally believe that the very best tool is a global system. It's a revenue neutral system, and it's a carbon tax. That is the consensus. Well, it's not a consensus in the sense that everybody agrees. I tend to think just all the smart ones agree, but we're talking about 90%. Maybe 88%, maybe 92%. Unfortunately, we're not going to get to that solution very soon. It's not economists that are in the way, by the way. So the question I'm putting is, what's our best strategy? What you've heard is that unilateral action is consistent with international agreements. That Canada, we know Canada is already unilaterally committed to carbon pricing. We know that unilateral carbon pricing will disadvantage domestic producers, and it will result in leakage, either people buying from abroad or producers moving abroad. So we have a bind. We need a high price that's going to hurt us. Let me show you what the strategic alternatives are. We can have a low tax. Simple fact, won't work. Get it. $50 a ton won't work. We can have a high tax with no dividend, which is what people are talking about in Canada right now. That's going to have very high political costs. Domestically, it won't fly. You can't do it. We can have a high tax with a dividend, and that will sell with the populace. That's what CCL is brilliant about, because CCL is the only organization that has spotted this fact up front. You guys are right, have been right. The politicians haven't caught up. The economists haven't caught up on this one. They will. Trouble with it is it means trade failure. A high tax and a dividend still means a trade failure. That means it's going to fail. Sounding pretty bad, eh? However, if we add a border tax adjustment, that we don't suffer trade losses, and that's the win. This is the only scheme that will work. Let me say that again. I really like the line. This is the only scheme that will work, and you guys have it. Okay. There's some quibbling, but basically the consensus is border tax adjustments are compatible with the WTO. We think now that WTO members are getting pretty sympathetic. There's evidence to that. There's papers written about that. You have to be careful, as Ross said. There are quite a few technical issues to deal with, but they're not insurmountable. There are different incentives, which means that people are going to argue when they come to the table. So the summary that I want to give you is that negotiations are likely to be long and dirty. And this is supported in the literature. Forget this quote, it just says they're going to be long and dirty. I can find lots of other quotes that say the same thing. What does that mean? That means that for Canada, for the CCL, for all of us, unilateral BTAs are the only alternative to long delays. Delays are going to kill people. You know that, I know that. Ross knows that. That's why he's committing a big chunk of his life to climate issues. Delays are going to kill people. The 5 years it takes to negotiate this will cost us, in the end, probably millions of lives. Unilateral BTAs are the only solution. So here's some things we need to know about them right now to make that case. I like to start with Brad Wall's nightmare. Okay? So I got the question from Brad's point of view, and that is whether we should tax or not. And this is a sort of game space. It matters what we do, and it matters what they do. And right now, we're in a situation where nobody has carbon taxes. And it turns out that all the economists agree this is a prisoner's dilemma. That is, it's a social dilemma. It's hard to get out of this because it hurts you to make the first move. So I like to put my payoffs in this way. Think of that as the world. There's us and them. I'm not that confrontational, but just, it's a nice picture. Okay, so when trade is balanced, most trade works like this, dollars in, dollars out. So all the countries get about the same amount. That would be true if everybody had carbon taxes, equal carbon taxes, where we'd like to go. Here's what Brad is worried about. As soon as we bring in a unilateral carbon tax, and they don't, whether it's the US or the rest of the world, they end up with a trade advantage, and so we're going to cry about our poor industries. And therefore, says Brad, you can't possibly do this. Ward, Grundig, and Zorek actually argue that it is, I like this, it's extremely unlikely that we will observe progress beyond what the most conservative lead actor wants. That's why I mentioned Brad, you know, he's the most conservative lead actor in the provincial scene. Getting around him is the problem. He's trying to play for a veto. Okay, so here's a more realistic version. This is the way we see it. You see the little red people in the bottom corner? That's our kids. That's their future. That's a lot of dead people if we stay where we are. I know it's not nice to talk about all this suffering and death, but that is what it's about. I know when I raise this with my fellow faculty members, they get really squirmy when I say that. It's what it's about. We get to the carbon tax, we do some of the other things, and people live. That's what the upper corner says. So now let's go back and look at Brad's formulation. Well, we have a unilateral carbon tax. It doesn't save all those kids. That's the truth. The difference is now that those other countries don't have any trade incentive not to bring in a tax. We're starting to change the payoff structures for other countries. They have mixed incentives about the carbon tax. Money says, no carbon tax, exploit your neighbor. Ethics says, your children say, yes, let's have a carbon tax. So far what's been happening here and in the States is that money is beating ethics. Not quite enough yet. So let's change the game. Let's put in a border adjustment. So you see, I've put in a thick green line. The thick green line represents the border adjustment between us and them. What happens now? Well, it moves that money that they were getting from us back into ours. And that means that there is now a positive incentive for everybody else to move. Even they can't take advantage of us in trade, and they do gain from saving their kids. Presumably, one hopes they'll understand that in time. Okay, so things are a bit better with the border trade adjustment. It just balances trade. It brings us back to where we were. There's nothing else to trade. That's important to understand. The border trade adjustments do nothing to trade. The shift in taxes shifts us between some goods, but the trade adjustments are designed to make a carbon tax not affect trade. So we don't suffer, they don't gain, they now have an incentive to take care of their kids. But let's go a step deeper. If we start taxing at the border, I want you to notice two colored dollar signs here. The green one is the tax that we collect from our own people. That's internal. The orange one is the one we collect from, say, American goods coming across the border. It's in our country. We now have a financial advantage with the border trade adjustments. Right? It's a short-run one, because obviously, if you think about it, other countries are going to want that money. Now, what we're going to do with it at first is it's part of the dividend we give back to Canadians. That makes Canadians quite happy with our border tax adjustments. We think about the language. We're saying we're going to collect a tax on our consumers if you don't. If you don't. And they would rather collect the money themselves. So, we've provided them with a financial incentive to develop carbon taxes. The border tax adjustment puts pressure on other countries. It is a moral thing for us to do. It's economically safe. It's better for our economy in dozens of ways. I only have 10 minutes. But it puts pressure on other countries. We then become leaders. The higher our tax, the bigger our adjustments, the more we do for the world. And it doesn't hurt us. Let me make a couple comments about a couple things that people have asked me about while I've been here. One is farmers. The story is the Manitoba farmers are crying because if you put a carbon tax, what happened there? Oops. Sorry, let me back up a bit. You put a tax on, you know what happens? Their fuel prices go up, so they go out of business. Is that true? No, that's completely false. What happens is we give the money to the consumers, they have more money, they buy more, they buy the same amount. If the farmers are shipping stuff out of the country, we give them a rebate. What's the summary of that? The tax has no effect on farmers. Doesn't hurt them, no effect. Agriculture is not threatened by a carbon tax if you have border tax adjustments. And if you have what the CCL wants, which is a dividend, those are crucial. You've compensated the income effect. That's a jargonese from economists, sorry about that. Okay, this just says the same thing. We're competitive domestically, farmers are competitive internationally with the border tax adjustment and with our dividend. Okay, I like to say, you know, that the farmers are not donating fuel to consumers right now. Right? And they won't be with the adjustments we're talking about. Okay, so what about the tar sands? This is a moral problem for all of us. We're pretty clear that if there's carbon in the fuel that we use, we got to pay a tax on it. That's in the rest of Canada. And in Alberta too, they better do the same thing for the carbon they use. But under the logic of border tax adjustments, I kind of hate this, but it's true. These oil companies can ship that oil to the States and get the rebate or not pay the tax, carbon tax on it. That's the logic. I know you probably hate that too. But let me point out something really important. American emissions are the Americans' problems. We don't have to pay for their problems. But secondly, shipping Canadian oil to the States will not increase demand for oil. It's not going to increase total world consumption. That's not our problem. Our problem is a clear, defensible system that we can justify to Canadians and to the rest of the world. Okay? So, border adjustments are needed to protect our industry. They're needed to induce other countries to align their pricing and to ensure domestic support. Waiting for an agreement is dangerous. Waiting for an agreement is irresponsible. The only moral position that Canadians can take and Canadian politicians can take is unilateral border tax adjustments. Announce them now so that we get the response as soon as possible. Announce them now so that people start negotiating the carbon content and getting those details while the price is still low, and it doesn't matter if we have everything settled. Because when we get to $100 a ton, it's going to matter a lot. Okay? Ross has sort of pointed this out. Keep things simple. It's got to be simple. We've got to say Canadians are going to pay for the carbon dioxide that they release. They're going to get back every dollar that they pay, every dollar. None of this fiddling around with paying carbon tax money to other things. And trading partners are going to have to show that they collected the charge or we'll collect it ourselves. It's a very simple statement. Robert Frost is on our side on this one, by the way. Thank you very much.
Question and answers. Pretty good. Not bad at all. Hey, we're almost there. Thank you both. Those were great presentations. We're going to have a question and answer period right now, so I'm going to be walking around with a microphone. Here are the rules when it comes to questions. I will allow you maybe a 10-second preamble to your question, then get to the question. If you don't get to the question, I'll grab the microphone out of your hands, hit you on the top of the head, tell you to sit down because you're silly. Okay, so please get to the questions, and so we want as many answers as possible, so I'd rather have as many questions as possible too. So I'm going to walk around, I'm going to give this microphone to a second person as well.
I'm here till Wednesday morning too, so just catch up to me. Take me for dinner or beer. We can talk policy.
You can run around the microphone too, so yeah. You got the first question, mind you. And you have a question as well?
Can you hear me? Yeah. Am I supposed to say something?
Hello. Hello. Good. Thank you for that. That was wonderful. David, this is something, a continuation of the conversation we had yesterday. Yes. Yeah. What? Oh.
No, it's okay. Go ahead.
Okay. We talk a lot about the complexity around border tax adjustments and where it's going to be applied. To the point where I heard that we're just going to focus on high carbon, trade exposed companies, but you're proposing every single good. How can we efficiently, effectively do this to avoid bureaucracy? Because this is something that the finance minister himself, before he became the finance minister, raised with us. This was an actual concern. So maybe if you can address that question, both, either or.
Okay, so I'm chair of the board because you can think of me as something like the CCL's policy lawyer. So I know all the secrets, or very many of them, and I've read almost every carbon tax piece of legislation that's been introduced into the Congress, and they all make this distinction between carbon-intensive goods and non-carbon intensive goods, and they only do the border tax adjustment on the carbon-intensive goods. So that's things like steel, aluminum, cement, some chemicals, that sort of thing. So it's a limited set of items. And I could be wrong about this, but if you keep it to those limited set of items, which already have a lot of standards on them. I think it's not a lot of additional paperwork for producers to then put basically a carbon stamp on it. Did that help?
I think Ross knows more about this than I do in terms of the details. The distinction, it doesn't matter if you get the carbon tax or the border adjustment just right. The rules really are you can't go over your domestic carbon price. And you're going to make a guess about how much carbon content there is for all the goods coming in. Everything that comes in any volume is already on the computers. It's examined for whether there is a tariff on it already. So the machinery is all there. What you need is a commission, and it's got to have international oversight saying this level is okay or this is a standard. That commission isn't there yet, but once we start deciding what the level is and opening that to international discussion, we're going to end up with 1,000 or 2,000 goods already very, very quickly identified. Those numbers just go into the border computers and it's done. It's not actually, I mean, there's a lot of deciding and arguing in that, and you know how good the federal government is at getting computers to work, right? But those are not hard problems theoretically. They're just tedious. Maybe, is that reassuring, if not informative?
The amount of data we have on trade products is crazy. It just, we know where things are going all the time. You will need a process for if someone's importing a good and the import customs agent says, oh, the carbon content is X. You do need a process by which the importer can dispute that and say, no, it's not X, it's less than X, so I pay less tax. But I'm pretty sure you can, and that system doesn't exist yet, but you're gonna have to do that under the Paris Agreement or have some sort of agency that's monitoring carbon accounting, basically.
Next question, Laurel Thompson from Montreal. This question is for David. It has to do with his chart that he had a few back in there at the very beginning, and there were red and green dollar signs. And my question has to do with, I don't know why it is that families would get the rebate from a carbon, a border adjustment tax in that slide, when only oil companies would get it from the one that you showed later on. I'm having trouble explaining this, but like you suggested that we would all get the rebate from border tax adjustment, so it's going to be a benefit to us all. But at the very end, when you were talking about the oil sands, only they would get the rebate.
Pretty easy. The families are getting they're getting the money that is collected on imports to Canada. We're not taxing exports until we're going to let the other country tax the exports.
Oh, hello. My name is Nature Cuiso. I am from Gatineau. I am having problem understanding the border tax adjustment. If a product has certain content of carbon in the production, is what you said, that's what is going to be taxed on. How about the transportation? Things coming from China or from South Africa have to have a tax on the transportation. How is that going to be included in the tax and the BTA?
Most methodologies that calculate the greenhouse gas emissions of a product include transportation. So long as those emissions are included in the methodology, then they're included in the embodied emissions of a product.
Ken Johnson from Ottawa. David, thank you for a very clear presentation. I really liked your graphs and visuals. My concern, and I think the border tax adjustment makes complete sense. My concern is that the fossil fuel infrastructure, particularly the LNG and the tar sands, uncontrolled, as they seem to be now, will result in us blowing our carbon budget completely just in the extraction, is particularly when we're not going to tax it going out. And we can do all the climate, we can do all the tax incentives and carbon tax and getting it all back, but if we've built out the infrastructure that is, for example, in BC, the LNG plant alone, the Lulu Island approved by Mr. Trudeau LNG plant alone will blow BC's carbon budget for 2050. And these projects, these infrastructure projects tend to play out over 40 or 50 years. So I appreciate your concern, how you respond to that.
I've got 2 points I'd make in response to that. One of them is I don't think that infrastructure is going to make money, and so I think those companies are going to go bankrupt, and so I'm not too concerned to fight those particular projects. I honestly don't think they're economically going to work. More important, though, my concern is to make Canadians adjust. I don't think we can force other countries to adjust their consumption without providing a model that is much better than they're doing. And the way we do that is we get the prices internally right for our consumers. And then we start, once we know that the price is going to 150, people start investing in solar panels for their houses, they start doing the insulating, they start moving closer to downtown, and we end up with a low carbon economy. There are incentives for all kinds of innovations then. So that's the win that we have to have first. I wouldn't mind blowing up tar sands plants personally. Well, maybe I don't have the nerve, but I think that's a dead industry, and let's get it right internally. Let's get our house in order is my view.
Wait, I have complete agreement with you on that, on many of those points you just made. However, my concern is that evidence would suggest that that transition may take 20 or 30 years and there will be no Arctic ice cap left by the time we're starting to deal with these things in any meaningful way. I also feel like the tar sands producers, at the point where they're going bankrupt, they'll be saying, let's get rid of the carbon tax in Canada because we don't want to go bankrupt. And Ms. Notley, if she survives even another election, will be jumping on that. And Mr. Trudeau, if he was, or whoever replaces him, will be right there with them. And I want to know how you are going to deal with that politically, what your suggestion is.
Okay, when they go bankrupt, they're the highest priced producers in the world. They're in real trouble. Canada's market isn't going to help them very much. They need a lot bigger market than that. Once we start giving the dividend on a $50 or $100 carbon tax to people, there is no way that Canadians are going to want to support that high-priced oil when they can get cheaper fuels anywhere else. So I think they're dead once we have the tax and dividend in place.
This is Brian Ettling, St. Louis, Missouri. I'm still trying to wrap my brain around it so I can explain it to the average person on the street or when I talk to elected officials. And the best analogy I've come up with and kind of help me with this is trying to explain that you're going to the grocery store and there's two apples. There's one local, in this case it'd be an apple in nearby Ontario, or there's an apple in Chile. And so hopefully, supposedly, with a carbon tax, with a border adjustment, that apple in Chile is going to be a lot more expensive than that apple that's grown locally by that local farmer here. And so can you help me or help us with that, with a simple analogy that helps folks, so we explain it on Monday and Tuesday, but we also explain this to our neighbors using like maybe the apples or something like that.
Okay, well, if you're growing an apple in the Okanagan and it costs whatever, what's an apple worth nowadays, $300? Say it costs, Canadian, just, ouch. Say it costs $1. And say Chile can produce the same apple for 90 cents and ship it here for another 5 cents. So it costs $1 in the market. That's your starting point. You're deciding which one you want. We put a carbon tax on, and that adds 3 cents at most to the Okanagan apple. The Okanagan apple growers then say, you know, we're getting hurt by this because 3 cents really matters a lot on this, in this business. So at a border, we added 3 cents tax to the Chilean one. Now maybe it's 2.5 because they don't use so much carbon in growing, or maybe it's 3.5 because the transportation cost involves a lot of carbon. That's where the international negotiations over what the exact price come in. But what happens is the carbon price on the imported apple brings them back to equality. That's all we're doing. We're just leveling the playing field. We want to have an independent policy in Canada. We want to move to a low carbon economy. We want a carbon tax. They don't want to have it, fine, but we will level the playing field at the border.
Thank you, Tom Bell in Toronto. So just to clarify that it seems you're advocating for the price is only on the consumption side. There's not necessarily a price on production. Is that correct? And the comment about the border tax adjustments, they're not maybe needed at $10 a ton, but it's better to start now so they're in place when it really matters at 50? Sorry, that's sort of a two-part.
My view is that it's Canadians' consumption choices that matter, and we don't actually want to get into the complicated process of charging producers. If we tax at source, if we tax gasoline when it comes into the province, and then it goes to a farmer, the farmer's the producer, but they've paid the tax. We don't have to worry about them. They'll pass the price on to the consumer. So setting up a tax system where we're getting some producers some of the time is just going to be horribly complicated. Just get all the carbon fuel inputs at this stage, because it's carbon fuels that we have to reduce with this tax. What was the other question? It was about... I think we have to announce that we're doing it. We have to give a really strong signal, because that provides us an incentive to get the issues untangled and clarified quickly. If we wait till later, they can't really stop us. I mean, if we impose a border tax adjustment right now and with arbitrary prices, it would take the WTO 5 years to get around to stopping us. By then, we could have corrected enough that they'd have to start another action. So that I don't think they can stop us if we want to do it, but they don't really want to. They just want to get it right. They want to be fair. Yeah, is that right, Ross?
So the question is this a question about what should Canada do? So Canada is the United States' #1 trade partner in kind of dollar amounts. A lot of people think it's China. It's not. One of the difficult things here is I don't see a lot of leverage for any sort of mitigation policy at the federal level right now. So you got to do some clear strategic thinking, I think, Canada, as to whether or not a BTA can basically help the United States move along given the current political conditions.
Well, I don't know about you, but I've learned a heck of a lot more about border adjustment tax today than I ever thought. It's just a term before, and I think we understand a little bit better. Cheryl, was there something else? You want to ask after? Okay, thank you. So thank you very, very much. That was quite insightful. Don't go away. I've got something for both of you, and I do want to thank you officially. And we are going to take about a 12-minute break, which will bring us back on time. And so we'll see you in 12 minutes. Okay, thank you. Thank you very, very much. That was great. That's good.
You were great.
Joseph, we're going to be about 3 minutes, okay? I'll get the things going in 3 minutes. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you can start taking your places, we'll begin in about 2 minutes. We'll get going. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. If you can all take your places. Our next presenter is Mr. Joseph Robertson. Joseph is a global strategy director for the nonpartisan, nonprofit Citizens Climate Lobby and leads the Citizens Climate Engagement Network. He is the founder of the GeoCiv Foundation, which works on climate, peace, and economics to achieve a clean future of global abundance. He is a member of the executive board of the UN-linked NGO Committee on Sustainable Development, a member of the Policy and Strategy Group for World We Want, and CCL's representative in the Carbon Pricing Leadership Coalition. Joseph is a founding emeritus faculty member of the Villanova University Center for Energy and Environment Education and editor-in-chief of the Spanish-language ecoeconomics and sustainability publication futurismoverde.net. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Joseph Robertson. Joseph, welcome.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear. You're on.
Excellent. I'm just going to share my screen so you can see some slides, and then I'll, after that, take some questions. So I'm going to give you a little bit of background on the sort of politics, the way that we're trying to take some of Citizens Climate Lobby's engagement and bring it into the global space, and also the way we're trying to change the global space so that there's more room for this kind of engagement. One thing that I think is worth emphasizing is that in the international arena, it is very well understood that climate disruption is geopolitical insecurity. It's not a question of whether one political system or another is going to be able to cope with climate change. It's more a question of whether we're going to have many different threats proliferating as a result of inaction on climate change. And so there is pretty much universal consensus that we need to do something and do it quickly. I want to show you a water stress map of Syria. The World Resources Institute produced this map, and I just want you to take a look at the red areas of the territory of Syria, the western edge there and the northeast. Those are the most highly stressed, water-stressed areas in the region, not just in Syria. And if you see the actual satellite image of Syria, you can see that those most water-stressed regions are the food-growing regions of the country. And so you have a country that depends heavily on agriculture, that has been under severe stress from climate change for more than a decade. And we know what the result of that has been.
Joseph,
this is
interrupt you. Your slides are not moving ahead. We're still
yes.
First one, okay?
Okay, well, that's interesting.
It was suggested you make it full screen. That way it will show up.
It was full screen.
Hi, Joe. When you share your screen in Google Hangouts, you've got to share your full screen. I believe right now you're just sharing the application window.
I see. Okay, let's try that. Share the entire screen.
Good. Better? Now you'll be able to play your presentation.
Okay, we'll start from here. So are you able to see the slide of Syria?
Yes. Good.
Okay, so again, if you look at the red areas of the map of Syria, you'll see that they correspond to what should be the food growing region of the country. Okay, unfortunately, now I'm having trouble advancing my slides. Maybe this will help out. Okay. So the result of this intense amount of climate disruption in the region and concentrated in Syria specifically has been the total disruption of an economy that's heavily dependent on agriculture for both employment and for GDP. And you can see in just 1 year from 2007 to 2008, Syria lost a third of its annual rainfall. There are very few places in the world that can withstand that level of disruption. And we're now looking at a world where every continent is experiencing that level of disruption in some place at some time of the year. So the result, of course, has been a significant spike in the crisis in global migration. More than 60 million people are now on the move across the world. By some estimates, it may actually be higher, closer to 90 million. There's never been a time in human history where this many people have been displaced and without access to basic services or some kind of civil infrastructure. So we're not talking about the future anymore, we're talking about right now. Here's a map produced by the Geophysical Fluid Dynamics Lab at NOAA that shows a pretty bad situation for the year 2065. If you can see how much the Arctic is expected to have changed by then. This is just from 2 years ago. But now we're talking about a world where this is happening much more quickly. It's estimated we may reach 1.3 degrees Celsius temperature rise by the end of this year. This year is significantly hotter than was expected even a couple of years ago. And I know some of you may be aware that Svalbard in northern Norway above the Arctic Circle has been in the news recently. That's because just this week it was announced that in all likelihood, Svalbard will actually have, for the first time in recorded history, an annual average temperature above freezing. Again, this is in the Arctic Circle, above the Arctic Circle. So the reason I'm showing you this map of Svalbard is because in January of last year, some incredible anomalies were happening there. You had temperatures throughout the month were 30 degrees Fahrenheit above normal. You had certain days where the temperature difference was more than 55 degrees above normal. And small boats that were exploring parts of the Arctic off Greenland and off of Svalbard observed ice melting in the Arctic Ocean in the month of February. This is something that had never been seen before and is an extremely worrying sign. It wasn't even something that was being discussed as a near-term probability in terms of the rate of climate disruption. So basically, we're talking about a planetary design challenge. We're far past the time when we're thinking in the international community about, you know, do we do something? Can we show this is our doing? And should we be aggressive about climate action? We're now in a space where the more aggressive, the better. The smart money follows solutions, and we are trying to redesign the entire economy of the world. That is very much what is on the table and what is going on. This is a landscape just outside of Marrakesh. Morocco understands the need for an effort to secure the climate patterns that make our world habitable, that make it possible to grow food, to have an agricultural economy like the one that we expect. So it's important that we had this conference in Morocco because you have a country that's sort of between many different worlds, between Africa and Europe, between the West and the Middle East, between developing and developed countries, and also between a situation of extreme drought and water stress, and a situation of resource wealth that could actually benefit greatly from the new economy. Because the Paris Agreement came into effect just before the climate conference in Marrakesh, we actually had the first meeting of the CMA, essentially the conference of the parties meeting as the parties to the Paris Agreement. So the first meetings on implementation of the Paris Agreement officially took place in Marrakesh. We were able to bring our own delegation there. This is the first time that Citizens Climate Education and Citizens Climate Lobby brought a delegation with us under our own banner to the negotiations. Beforehand, we had always had to work through other organizations at their invitation. I want to share a little bit, thank you. I want to share a little bit about what we brought there, because we want to bring the work that you're doing into this space always. And we decided, let's keep our message as simple as possible. Let's put a price on carbon. Let's have as many people engaged in the process as possible, and let's shift investment patterns across the world. Why? Because citizen engagement improves outcomes. Carbon pricing makes climate action cheaper, faster, more effective, and climate resilient investment will establish future thriving economies. There's really no other way for us to get there. And so we're moving away from that idea that we need to make it easier to do the hard thing. And we're moving towards the idea that the most ambitious goal of all, which is to shift all investment capital everywhere to climate smart practices, is actually the goal. And that is in line with what is now under discussion in the international negotiations. The question is how exactly to get there. Here are some of our ideas. And to just make sure we're saving time, if you go to engageforclimate.org/Marrakesh, you can see a more detailed outline of those priorities. I want to share a little bit of news about what actually went on there and what the atmosphere was like. We're now moving into an implementation phase. So the work of the international negotiations over all these years has been to get to a universal agreement, an agreement where not just some countries, but all countries would actively combat climate change together. And that's what happened in Paris last year. That agreement was agreed to, and it has now entered into legal force several years ahead of schedule this November. Moving to implementation means that it's not just going to be negotiators inside that intergovernmental space that design the future of the negotiations, the future of climate action. It's going to be parallel bodies like the Carbon Pricing Leadership Coalition. This is a multi-level, multilateral partnership. What that means is it's not just multilateral involving many countries, it's also multi-level involving heads of state and also involving, NGO activists and economists and people from all different levels of the implementation and solutions business. During the COP22 in Marrakesh, Lord Nicholas Stern announced, along with the Carbon Pricing Leadership Coalition, a new economic commission to help design the most efficient strategy for getting carbon pricing to happen everywhere across the world as quickly as possible. He will co-chair that commission with Joseph Stiglitz, and a friend of CCL, Adele Morris, is one of the economists who will be joining that group. We're in communication already about some of their strategies, but this is now something that is actively underway. The design process is a reality. Nobody's debating whether that should happen or not. While we were in Marrakesh, we hosted the 8th in a series of high-level dialogues. We brought together, along with our partners, Partnership for Change, and in collaboration with the Norwegian Nobel Institute, representatives of 5 governments, head of a UN agency, world-leading climate economics experts, as well as business and investment leaders, to sit down together at the table you're looking at there and talk about how to move forward with real climate solutions, how to build solutions that are going to operate in line with the needs and capabilities of communities around the world, and also at the level of ambition necessary to meet and exceed the Paris Agreement and goals. One thing to keep in mind about what was discussed at that table is here that there are ways to combine different kinds of capabilities to get to better policy design, and that rewarding overachievement is a new priority, meaning not just incentivizing achievement, but actually figuring out ways that we design solutions and economic strategies that make sure that those who lead are actually able to do even better than they otherwise would have. The kind of carbon pricing policies CCL talks about are those type of strategies. Here is some CCL Australia volunteers going to meet with the Prime Minister's office last year. We also met with the Foreign Minister's office that same day, and here's the Foreign Minister herself in Marrakesh listing in the plenary session of the negotiations some of the most ambitious commitments her country has ever made to climate action. And that is definitely because there has been constant contact between citizens climate lobby volunteers and their government. While we were in Marrakesh, we got some challenging political news. We learned that the US election was going to work out in a way where we might not be sure about US commitment to global climate policy. But it's very important to understand that that uncertainty did not derail the negotiations in Marrakesh. It does not undermine the Paris Agreement. And I'm going to give you a couple of key points about how we know that. First of all, for those of you who aren't familiar with it, the 92 Convention, the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, the core mandate is to avoid dangerous anthropogenic interference with the climate system. This was signed and ratified by the United States under Republican President George Bush, and he called for immediate implementation. The thing about that ratified treaty is that under the US Constitution, Article 6, that ratified treaty is constitutional law. It is the supreme law of the land. The United States government has an absolute legal obligation to fulfill its commitment to that treaty. The problem that the US has always faced is that until the Paris Agreement, there were a lot of ways in which heavy polluting developing countries like China and India could avoid being part of that climate action collaboration. But as of December 12th last year in Paris, that was no longer true. So the US has a commitment to do this. So do all of the Annex 1 countries, the historic industrial polluters. But now so do all 196 parties to the convention. During the second week, during the high-level meetings, when the government ministers and heads of state were in town, John Kerry gave what probably will be his farewell climate address. And it was one of the most confident explanations of the direction of climate policy. And I would attribute his confidence to some of what I just laid out, but also to some of what you'll see if you go to engageforclimate.org/forward. The world is moving ahead with climate action, whether the next president wants to do it or not. And it's not just John Kerry saying that or CCL saying that. What you're looking at here is a meeting of UN and government leaders negotiating the future of sustainability policy across the world. You have the Secretary General of OPEC, you have Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, the United States represented, you have the Secretary General's office, the General Assembly President's office, you have the UN Development Program, and the diplomats who are running the Paris Agreement implementation negotiations, all sitting together at this table, discussing how they're going to make good on not just the Paris Agreement, but also this global landscape of action that we call the Sustainable Development Goals. What's important about those goals is that all of them are climate related. The World Resources Institute found just in September that 147 of the 169 targets under those 17 goals are climate related. So we're now in an atmosphere where these national climate strategies that are being developed and national efforts to meet the Sustainable Development Goals, to eliminate poverty and hunger, to build sustainable cities and clean energy, to protect the oceans and farmland and forests, all of those are coming together to become a mapped, coherent, visible landscape of action that people can not only think about and talk about in policy terms, but can also invest in and do business in support of. So we actually had a meeting to discuss that. And what we discussed was about how do those goals line up with human engagement with the political process, the civic space that we're trying to create and expand globally, and also this idea of resilience, not just a given climate impact like a flood or a landslide, but macro critical resilience, meaning the ability of an entire economy and of all of its people to bounce back from a severe shock. That's what the world is looking to build. And one of the things that connects the political environment in the US and other places, Europe right now, for instance, with this landscape of global action to build that level of deep resilience is what's going to happen to those communities that are going to be left stranded by an economic transition. You're looking right here at coal miners who went to the United States Senate with a simple message a couple of years ago, which is don't kill us. What they told us was they didn't believe there was anyone in Washington who had a solution for them. They didn't believe there were any senators who could protect coal jobs. Yes, oil and gas jobs, but not coal. So that's why we've thought of ways that we can take the virtues of the fee and dividend policy and bring them into the international arena as principles. Principles that anyone who supports carbon pricing can agree to. A steady, resolute, and rising price, internalizing costs over time, but irreversibly, with no leakage, simple, transparent, effective, building economic value at the human scale, and also allowing for international cooperation. If you're familiar with the REMI study that was done of the fee and dividend policy in the United States, you'd know that real disposable personal income is projected to rise steadily over time with the implementation of that kind of policy. And the reason that's important is that in most industrialized countries, there's no other policy available at the moment that anyone can put in place that would actually achieve that. Real disposable personal income rising for all people across the board in a given country. CCL didn't just kind of lay down after this happened. You're there doing what you're doing. Australia is having their national conference. Citizens Climate Lobby volunteers from across the US went to Congress the week after the election, which happened to be the second week of the climate negotiations, to talk to their representatives about all of this. And on the next to last day of the conference in Marrakesh, you can see we had a press conference to talk about our strategy for engaging citizens, pricing carbon, and shifting investment. And we were on the board with the United Nations, the governments of Nepal and Russia, Lebanon, Argentina, to talk about how we can actually connect life at the human scale in communities in this growing civic space where stakeholders have a voice to global policy and economic change in the way that it needs to happen. You can see some information about that press conference and also, I think, a video feed there at that link. And our message coming out of Marrakesh is there's no going back. The process is underway. It is irreversible. And if any country wants to lead in this century, politicians can play politics and they can talk a big game in one direction or the other, but they're going to have to find ways to invest in low carbon technologies and in the low carbon transition if they want their country and their economy and their political leadership to be relevant for the next 100 years and beyond. That's the message that we're working to expand and that we'll be bringing with us into the negotiations and into these other international bodies in 2017. So that is the presentation for now. And I just want to say one more thing that I got to do that was really particularly fun in Marrakesh, which was I got to meet with your environment minister and to let her know that you're doing the work you're doing and to pass from her to you her gratitude for your continued commitment to making sure we get the best policies in place.
So are you prepared to take a couple of questions? Anyone have a question? Let's step up in front of the computer here. Make sure you can see yourself. State your name and ask the question. Just right there. Need a microphone? Get your microphone.
Hello there. It's Amy Blair from Halifax, Nova Scotia. Hello, Joseph. Nice to see you again. My question's not directly about Marrakesh, but it is about international agreements. One of President-elect Trump's promises was to pull out of the Paris Agreement. And I think I read an email from you stating that why that was impractical or would take actually 4 years to do, and so was not going to have as great an immediate impact on climate change fighting efforts than would immediately appear at first blush. Can you elaborate on that a little bit? Thanks.
Sure. The first thing which you pointed out is that it's not something that can be done so simply or so quickly. The Paris Agreement was written in such a way where for any party to the agreement, the United States is one, to withdraw, it has to wait first 3 years, and then from the date of withdrawal, it would take another year. So 3 years from November 4th, the date that the agreement entered into force, will be into the third year, to the end of the third year of the Trump administration, and then a full year after that would be essentially the next election for president. And in a country where 80% of the population wants action on climate change, however much they prioritize it or not, and where the major banks, insurers, and the leading economies in terms of statewide economies are all moving in the direction of low carbon, it's just a political catastrophe for someone who would do that. It would be impossible to win re-election, most likely. Second, you've got international agreements with China, with the European Union, with Brazil, with India, that are worth hundreds of billions, if not collectively trillions of dollars in trade for the United States, which will fall apart if the United States withdraws from that agreement. And the money that is going to be changing hands in relation to those business deals isn't going to just vanish. It'll just go to someone else. So to be someone who wants to restore the American economy to greatness while at the same time doing away with trillions of dollars in new investment is a logical impossibility. Also, the disruption that would cause to those major economic and geopolitical relationships itself will make almost everything else that president would like to do very, very difficult. In Europe right now, there are calls for sanctions against the United States if Trump attempts to withdraw from the Paris Agreement or from the UNFCCC altogether. Among those calls would be aggressive carbon pricing border adjustments. And when I say aggressive, I mean the most blunt, not fine-tuned version of that kind of policy. There's a very serious need for the European Union to get itself away from its addiction to Vladimir Putin's natural gas supply, and that's going to be a lot harder if the United States backs out of the Paris Agreement and the global climate agenda slows down. So all of these things mean that on all fronts, a president who withdraws from the Paris Agreement is going to have an extremely hard time politically and practically. And it's just not worth the struggle. Even Bill O'Reilly, who's no fan of the Paris Agreement, has said that Trump should just let it go and move on.
Thank you. Next question.
Hello, it's Keith McNeil. I'm from Clearwater, British Columbia, and I very strongly agree that carbon fee and dividend is the best approach to control climate change. But I also feel that in order for it to be adequately effective, it's going to have to be global, not just national or international. And so carbon fee and dividend set at the same level as species carbon tax, $30 a ton, would raise about $200 per person or per adult around the world. And I'm just wondering, is there any talk about something like that or any movement in that direction?
Thank you.
In the international community, thank you for the question. I would say in the international community, there's not talk about that kind of thing right now. The entire Paris process, basically from Copenhagen through several years of negotiations up to Paris, went in the direction of letting each country decide its path. And that's been very effective for accelerating the pace of climate action. The fee and dividend plan, one of the problems with taking the dividend and relocating the payments across borders is that major industrialized economies like the United States or the European Union, if they have that kind of policy in place, they're going to need those revenues to change their economy. And so even though we don't direct the revenues to clean energy investment, for instance, it's very important that they go back to the people so that the people can absorb that change in policy where we no longer externalize costs of doing business. We start the money at the consumer and energy providers to earn it back. If we were to take that money away from those consumers and give it to another country as a kind of targeted investment strategy, we could do good in those countries, but it might slow down the pace of energy system change in the high polluting countries. So what you're bringing up actually is something that is in a different way very much under discussion, which is alignment. The World Bank has called for alignment of carbon pricing policies. That partly means getting rid of fossil fuel subsidies and pricing carbon, so you're going in the same direction on both. But it also references Article 4 of the Paris Agreement, which calls for coherence. And that's a similar idea. Don't price carbon and then also subsidize fossil fuels. But the new discussion about alignment is, can we have many different jurisdictions that have carbon taxes that aren't going to be trading anything with each other in terms of credits, but are going to have carbon prices in place? Can we have them cooperating so that their policies move forward together? And that kind of alignment and cooperation is very much a focus now.
Thank you very, very much. I want to take the time to thank you on behalf of everyone here for your time, your insight, your comments, and we really appreciate all the work you do. So thank you very much, and keep going.
Thank you, and the same to you. Keep going. That's exactly the right thing.
Okay, Yanick? Kathy, you wanted to add something else? No, I've got something else happening here. Okay, thank you. We have another special presentation. We have Sophie coming up to do something. Come on up, Sophie.
She actually wants us in front of her and brought down. So 2 days ago, Sophia came up to me and asked if she could do the following tiny little performance at this event. So when she's ready, when everything's set up, once we test that microphone, she will do it. And for those of you who have not figured out who she is, she's my daughter. Test.
Test, test,
There you go.
test. Okay. Hi, I am climate change, and I am melting glaciers. Ha, 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 ha. There are lots of ways to stop me, but here are two. You need to make a carbon tax and stop building pipelines. I'd also like to thank all of you for all you've been doing all these years for all the future generations. Thank you.
Thank you, Sophie. Thank you. Thank you very much, Sophie. We do have some announcements to make, but I just want to thank everyone and everybody who's participated. This is a great day. I'm glad everybody stayed here, was interested. There were good questions, good discussions. And Kathy, you're going to update us on a bunch of things.
Okay, first of all, thank you, Jerry LaBelle, for taking over the facilitation of this conference. Didn't he do a fantastic job? I'm so grateful I lost my voice. I think he does just an amazing job. Thank you, Yanick and Marlo, for the technical. Thank you, Kathy Lacroix, for pulling a rabbit out of the hat with those lobbying schedules. And Marlo for coordinating the bios. And you know, this thanking is going to go on and on and on. And a lot of the cover of today's booklet, I think, shows a lot. It shows all the people that are willing to step up. I am so proud of all the presenters who shared their time and energy with us. So thank you to all of them. If I said them all, I would never get off this stage. So thank you to everyone who presented. Special shout out to the youth. Your words mean the world to me, okay? You're gonna knock them dead on Parliament Hill. Thank you for being here. Everybody under the age of 30, it's just inspiring to have you here. We did it. We got a national prize on carbon. We were part of that. Every single one of you, thank you. So 2017 will be triply awesome. We have a national carbon tax. The settlers here will be celebrating 150 years. And we will also celebrate 100 years since the Battle of Vimy Ridge, when Canada finally became a nation and Sir Robert Borden enacted a temporary income tax. Okay. I wish I could say something really inspirational to all of you, but I can never find the words because you're all my inspiration. Thank you for helping me. All right, so I have to get to housekeeping. So I apologize for getting emotional and then getting really factual. Yeah. Yes, I would like to thank everybody who are watching online today and who will watch in the future. Have no doubt how powerful each and every one of you are when you speak truth to power with compassion for yourself and for others. You will change the world. Love you all.